It's Nemo Nation, broadcasting from the Fastport Studios at the historic Degas House in the city of New Orleans, just blocks away from where trucking radio first began.
Oh, you said it correctly because we have the original dynamic duo in the house. Dave, Nemo, Jimmy, Matt, good morning to you, fellas.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, it's kind of fun to be called part of the original dynamic duo, Dave. I'm starting to do this long enough where people actually are starting to include me in that conversation. Don't think I deserve it yet, but it's
the original dynamic duo. And how do you spell that? O-D-D. Odd. Or the odd couple.
The odd couple.
Took a long way to get there, didn't it?
A little bit.
Hey, did you listen on the show on Friday when we talked about the woman, the registered nurse who performed CPR on the baby raccoon?
Oh my God!
It's the craziest story of all time, and it's like her name was Misty. It was also connected to a distillery, Kentucky Mist, which was crazy, and they drank some fermented peaches and almost died, and then they pumped its stomach out. You know, I mean, it was just crazy. Just when you're starting to like raccoons, you get this kind of nonsense. A New York resident's home security camera captured the moment a package was stolen from their porch by a masked porch pirate. And of course, we're talking coons. Yeah. The Plattsburgh resident said the Chewy box, which contained $93 worth of pet food meant to be returned, had been left on a bin on the porch to be picked up by FedEx. Man, I just was starting to come around to like rooting for the raccoons. And there they are just thieving, by the way. You ever any stuff thieved off your front porch? Any Amazon stuff? Any packages taken?
I have not. Surprisingly enough. Because in this day and age, you would think that everybody has.
Well, I think some of the rough SOBs that actually are in your neighborhood probably prevent that from happening. I got some pretty. I mean, like I said, it's a nice place you live in.
Across the street is rough, man.
Well, I got to tell you, that dude though across the street with his sons, the ones who turned into giants, like in the course of like a year and a half, and then you got Bill down the block. I mean, Bill's waiting for an excuse to destroy some enemy of the Republic. I mean, he's out there doing that thing. Hey guys, leave your heart at iHeart. Have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. You can yak it up on YouTube as BB the King is actually doing right now. You can make some FaceTime on the Book of Face. You can live your life, your best one, at Live 365. Or like Dave and myself, you can be a free-floating radical at RadioNemo.com. Hey, man, why don't you just ponder those possibilities of it all afterwards on your favorite podcast platform? This, my friend, is Nemo Nation. Forget the lies of Zebulon 5. Dave, those guys with the bumbling bloviator ruler Dr. Philostratus, the proctologist of space trucking, and his inept minion Grease Charlton, because this is the Monday edition of the greatest live transpose show in the known universe. And you can be part of the action as we'll talk to Chowder in a moment here at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
And by the way, we're broadcasting and recording all of this at the Fastport Studios at the historic Edgar Degas House.
That's right, Fastport, solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research and technology, yes, but most importantly through people, from registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness. Learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org.
How was your weekend, my friend?
Yeah, got to get a new hot water heater. So I've been.
Worse. Don't you hate those kind of weekends? How was your weekend? I had some barbecue. We went with the kids to the park and watched them play. How was your weekend? Had to get a new water heater.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I hate when that lands. Is it all taken care of, or you got?
No, it's today.
It's today.
It's today.
What time does he arrive?
I don't know. When I leave here.
At that point. How was it not having hot water over the weekend?
It wasn't too bad. No, literally. I mean, it just wasn't too bad.
Well, and given the weather right now,
look where we live.
I know. Oh, I got to tell you, there have been times in that back bathroom. By the way, I've turned on the cold water and been like, well, this is lukewarm.
Yes, I turned on the cold water this morning. And it was cold. Mm-hmm. But then, and it wasn't like eventual, it was almost in 30 seconds, it started to warm up a little bit to where it wasn't like
the one back here, right?
No,
at home. I don't know why that happens here in New Orleans either. You'd figure the water would get colder.
Colder as you went, and it gets warmer as you go here. It's weird. So if you don't have a hot water heater, or if yours is broken, Just turn on the cold water and wait, and it'll continue to warm up.
In the city of New Orleans.
In the city of New Orleans.
That might be the efforts of Dr. Phil Estrada's. That sounds like the kind of like inept, evil plan he would be up to. I'm going to slightly heat your cold water.
Yeah.
I will make your morning miserable. I kind of like.
I heard something, and I asked you if you had said this, and you said you hadn't. But this guy said, I'm a child of the 80s. I was raised on hose water and neglect.
Oh, I
And
wish
for
I'd said that.
I know that became like this bumper sticker in my head, and I just couldn't get away from it. And I'm immediately brought to the house when I was a little boy in grammar school, turning on that hose, waiting for that hot water to clear, and then drinking that hose
I know.
water.
How about that too? And you walk in the park, or you're doing a workout someplace in the park, doing your thing, and you hit that water, at the fountain.
Oh,
and it's like,
yeah.
come on.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's the
crazy.
best. By the way, we had some. We didn't have to worry about going to the fountains. They had people with water this weekend. We did the Travis Manion
You did
run.
the Travis. I clicked a like on your photo.
Yeah, and it was so much fun, Dave. And of course, it was like, they were a little bit disappointed for a while. In the last week, they only had like 200 people. Well, by the time we got there was well over 300.
Mm-hmm.
And what was really nice, and I never give shout outs to politicians. Helena Moreno, who is probably going to be the next mayor of New Orleans, came and spoke to everybody that morning just to kind of give them her well wishes. She didn't, I get it. Politicians shake hands and kiss babies. She did not need to be there. That's her constituency. And we were uptown. We were in an area of the city that is very much her slam dunk. She did not need to get up at 7:30 in the morning, watch the entire Marine Band play a whole bunch of great songs that morning, and then get up there and wish everybody the best. And never made one mention of her race. Just was coming there to support a good cause. And you know me, I'm really cynical. I grew up around politicians. It was really nice. It was a lovely way to kind of begin the day. And B.B. the King was there. Our friend Emily, who came to the Degas House party. All the folks from Fastboard, Dave, Gina, everybody was there. And Bo Higgins, who spoke on Friday in our veteran segment, he ran the whole thing, and it was really, really fun. So what they did was you ran through the park, okay, but rather than doing the entire circle around the park, in order to make it a 3-mile run, make it a 5K, you got to the 1.8 mile mark and then had to turn back around and come back. But at the turning point, they had all these people dressed in white. They had rolled an old piano out onto the course, and these people were all singing songs which were 80s hits, but done in the style of like the 1880s.
Oh my God.
So it's like they're singing "Everybody Wants to Rule the World," but they were singing like, "Turn your back on Mother Nature." It was a big choir singing "Everybody Wants to Rule the World" as you made the turn, and they cheered.
Is
you
that
on.
a thing? Is that like a choir that does this?
Yeah, it's a group of friends, and some of them are from the Parade Tucks. So they just, a good friend of mine actually was the female singer for them, and I didn't even realize that she did it. I'm like, well, wait a minute, that's my friend. What is she up there singing? And they sang "Country Roads." They did it in the same style. They sang a Coldplay song. I think it's a Coldplay song. Is that "Lights Will Guide You Home"? That one, is that Coldplay?
I think so. Can you sing more of it?
Oh God, I don't have that range, dude.
Yeah,
I mean, "Lights will guide you home." Yeah, they did that one, by the way. Of course, in that 1880s, 1890s style. Yeah, I mean, that was the song. It was really fun. It was for a good cause. A lot of veterans there, Dave, there are two components. You can just run it, like Emily and I did, and Brad did, although Brad had to help a friend who was a little bit under the weather from a previous night in New Orleans, if you get my drift. Brad was fine. She wasn't so fine. We will leave her name off for merciful reasons. But there's another component to it. You can enter in the ruck race. Oh yeah, minimal 20 pounds in the ruck.
That's the new thing now. At the gym too, there are a lot of people that are doing that.
Jackson over at the what's the name of the place? Oh my God, I want to say Travis Manion, but it's the community, the veterans community.
Yes,
Bastion, over at Bastion.
Yeah,
He wasn't in it this year because he's out of town. He ran the ruck version of it last year. He won the whole thing. Not the ruck competition. He won the whole thing. He ran a 5K with a 60-pound ruck.
Wow.
And won it.
Whew.
Yeah, let that sink in for a moment. We go to the phones here real quick, Dave. We got Chowder called in bright and early. Let's drop him in and say good morning to him. Hey, Chowder, how are you?
Chow wow.
Morning, gentlemen. Morning, family, friends, and the likenesses of the Road Dog Nation. Hope everybody has a great, safe, and memorial Trucker Appreciation Week.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Well, we're getting to that. We're getting to that at the end of the break, dude. It's okay. Chowder actually did us a solid here. That was where we're all headed ultimately for this particular day, and you'll see the guest lineup. Go ahead, Chowder.
And while I appreciate all my fellow brothers and sisters out here, I would really like to give a big shout out to Mr. Dave Nemo for all of his hard work in the trucking industry to keep us going and herded in mostly one direction, because herding cats is like catching chickens unless you're like Rocky, and then you might win in Apollo 4. But thank you, Dave, for all you've done for us truckers out here, and you continue to do.
Chowder, thank you so much. That's very kind of you to say that. I deeply appreciate it. I really do.
Right, and then Jimmy, I'm glad to see you survived the run. Well, Chowder did a little running this weekend.
From whom?
Exactly.
Well, close. News to me when I got home on Thursday. My son had signed me up to be in the Mission 22 and Suicide Prevention and Mental Illness softball tournament. Chowder hasn't played softball in like 4 years. I meant to play on the same team as my son, I thought, but apparently I got put on the team against my son in the first round, and I hate to be a gloater or rub in or toot my own horn.
But you're going to.
I'm not a musician or a magician, but we did beat his team 22-8, and then we beat him in the second round because it was a double elimination, 15-14. Unfortunately, Chowder's team that I was selected or demoted to be on, we fell short in the championship to a friend of ours, 15-14, and then they apparently didn't like the fact that we got that close. We lost 31-10. But the real winner was Mission 22, Suicide Prevention, and all the good folks that had fun on a weekend.
Fantastic.
That's great, by the way. That is, and I love that kind of stuff, man. I think that is the way out of whatever issues and ever problems kind of, are with us these days. I think that's it right there.
Good.
That's it.
I didn't embarrass myself. I did have 6 hits out of 12 at bats. I scored a few runs. I played catcher, and I threw 3 guys out. So
you played catcher,
even though I'm 53, even though I'm 53 and older than dirt, I mean, I graduated 1 class behind Jesus, but I can still hustle in slow man beer drinking tournaments, so it's all right.
So basically, you've positioned me 1 class ahead of John the Baptist. Thank you so much, Chowder. But the other thing is that what's so much fun about that stuff is that, basically you hit for your Yastrzemski numbers. I mean, essentially, 6 and 12, you were Carl Yastrzemski. You had 500 in the tournament. That's like outstanding.
That's right, because Kyle Yastrzemski is one of the best Boston Red Sox players of all time. I don't care what anybody says.
All time.
But, the other thing that was nice about this weekend, we still know that the Browns, the Jets, and the Giants are who they are. we know that Mike Ferrio should get a hold of the NFL and concentrate on officiating, because apparently I saw more bad calls in that Denver game that should have been made. And the Colts should really be lucky that the Broncos don't know the rules that you can't touch a center on a 60-yard field goal attempt. But with that all said, I feel sorry for the Kansas City Swifts. It's unfortunate that they're 0-2, but after tonight, my Raiders will be 2-0.
Rooting for them, by the way. Absolutely rooting for them. Thank you for the phone call, Chowder. We got to take a moment of reflection here. Love you, man.
Thank you, Chowder, and thanks for the kind words, too.
We are actually at the outset of National Truck Driver Appreciation Week, as our good friend Chowder has pointed out. We're going to roll into this. We got a lot of great guests today with exactly that in mind. Many of them are focused specifically on that. Our friends from the St. Christopher Fund are going to be the second to last guest here today. Can't wait to dig into them and talk about all the possibilities and options for what people can do for you for a change. I know you do so much for so many people out there. What do you say, Dave? We take a moment, we reflect, get a little pledge in there, a little national anthem, courtesy of Lindsay, then a good word from the pastor, and we'll come back and talk about this lineup and do a little bit of news. What do you think?
Sounds like a plan.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Monday, 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 Monday. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Pray all is well and you had an awesome, awesome, awesome weekend. And the psalm writer says something very profound about Psalm 42 verses 1 and 2. He says, as a deer pants for flowing stream, so pants my soul for you, O God. My soul thirsts for the living God. When shall I come and appear before God? You notice what the songwriter is saying? He says that the deer goes to get some water at the stream, but he's not going to go and get the water when he knows there's danger. The songwriter is telling us, you and I can go before our God and talk to him even when there's danger. We are so blessed to be able to talk to God in whatever we're going through and whatever God is taking us through. So my brothers and sisters, don't be afraid to talk to God. Go and talk to him and tell him all your struggles. God bless you, because God wants you to be intimate with him.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Usually I come back and take a few of the good pastor's words and say that and repeat and how I feel. I don't think I want to be intimate with y'all. I think I'm good on that. I don't know if I want to get real intimate with truck drivers and everything, but
I understand.
Yeah.
Even on this National Truck Driver Appreciation Week, I feel like I want to know you better. I just don't want to know you that well.
Yeah, I don't want you that close to me.
Okay, so that I'm not. This is a sad but also funny story.
Yeah.
My grandfather, actually, at the end of his life, he had dementia. And it really wasn't dementia. The better way to describe it is he had a series of strokes. A series of strokes that kind of played themselves through to the point where he wasn't there anymore. He was such a sweet man, though. It never made him mean or angry. He just had this big smile on his face all the time.
And Jimmy wasn't laughing at the strokes. He was laughing at the coffin in the studio.
Yeah, I was laughing at the coffin at the studio of the mad rush to get back to a microphone with a pineapple juice. So what happened was he opened the door one day and he was completely buck naked. And he had this big smile on his face. And my brother Ryan went, Papa, it's great to see you, just not so much of you. And he just burst into laughter. He came back to us and went, oh, and then went back and got a robe and all this kind of stuff. He got back there. By the way, this awareness and celebration of National Days is brought to you by Truckdown, because the quickest way back on the path is truckdown.com. Since 97, truckers with maintenance issues have found service providers through Truckdown, and these days they're serving 50 states and 8 provinces. Go to truckdown.com, get back on the road, and then you can turn your attention to National Double Cheeseburger Day. that is actually a thing. And you are a big cheeseburger fan, aren't you, Dave?
You know, I am. And I heard some troubling news the other day about cheeseburgers.
Go on.
And the question was, okay, you have a burger, a drink, and some fries. Cheeseburger.
Okay.
Where's the salt bomb? Well, the salt bomb, as everybody would say, is in that little box of fries.
Okay.
Wrong. The cheese on the burger knocks the salt on the fries out of the ballpark. It's the cheese of the cheeseburger that is the salt bomb.
Now,
it broke my heart.
Now, is that if you're buying a cheeseburger or if that is you're making one? Because, there are cheeses that don't have that sort of level of salt in it, correct?
I would imagine you'd have to go to the grocery and really look for that stuff. Low salt cheese, I haven't heard about that. Low salt bacon, yes.
I'm sure though, given your love of cheeseburgers and not your love of salt, but your love of actual cheese, I'm willing to put money though. We can probably find a good cheese, not just some kind of, faux cheese or substitute cheese that actually probably has a low salt kind of intake. But it's one more thing to look for.
Low salt cheese, yeah.
Low salt cheese, man, that's a big deal. The cheeseburger, by the way, was invented, I kid you not, in 1926, and you're going to love the name of the man that actually invented it, Lionel Sternberger. I kid you not. Now it's spelled Stern, Berger. Lionel Sternberger, in Pasadena, California, at his father's eatery, The Right Spot. Years later, in 1937, Bob's Big Boy is said to have created the first double cheeseburger, and that double cheeseburger had another bun in the middle of it, so it sort of resembled Big Macs from McDonald's. Nonetheless, they're still given full credit for making the first double cheeseburger, and this is really disgusting. In 2017, Mailey's Sports Bar created a double cheeseburger weighing 1,800 pounds.
Yeah.
That's kind of ridiculous.
How does a bun withstand all that pressure, all that weight?
That's a legit question, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a legit question because if the juices on an 1,800-pound cheeseburger start melting onto a bun, I don't care how big the bun is, man.
Yeah.
Even the Germans couldn't make a bun that could withstand that kind of pressure.
I hear you.
All right, change the subject about buns.
Okay. Really quickly, Dre, what do you say we kind of pivot here?
I like big buns, and I cannot lie.
That's what I needed. Thank you. All right.
Can we pivot here, and can you give us a little bit of news music, please, so we can talk about what's going on out there in the world? There has been some chatter about the state of Nebraska and possibly Omaha-based Werner Enterprises striking a deal with Kenya to bring in foreign truck drivers from that African country. What is going on?
That's a good question. And everybody should be asking it.
Everybody should be asking it. By the way, there's a lot of rumors wrapped up in there, and that's kind of the basic thrust of what Tyson Fisher's article was getting at, right? I mean, you saw some of that, right? I mean, you took a look at that. It's not everything it's cracked up to be, right?
Right.
What did you get from it?
Not much.
Well, nice. I mean, basically, truck drivers on social media expressed concerns over Nebraska's Secretary of State Robert Evnen signing a memorandum of understanding with Kenya's Principal Secretary of Diaspora Affairs. By the way, Werner, its CEO, and the governor of the state of Nebraska really kind of put people at ease. A lot of truck drivers were claiming the agreement was to bring in Kenyan truck drivers and undercut the prices of rates to basically kind of do that job on weights. Werner got thrown into the mix. The governor's office of Nebraska got thrown into the mix. Nebraska did, in fact, sign that MOU with Kenya, but Werner had nothing to do with it. Werner's not the only one distancing himself from the agreement. Jim Pilan is also claiming that Evnen is solely responsible for it. You can find out what actually is going on by heading over to Landline and checking out Tyson's Fisher article, or going and listening to Friday's edition of Trucking with Elida, where Tyson and Mark actually hash it out with Scott and Ashley. It ain't happening, guys. Or at least what you think is happening is not happening. There's a lot of nonsense out there, so kind of bear with us there. The other thing I wanted to kind of give people a heads up on, Nagel Companies announced the acquisition of Candell Transport Incorporated on the 25th of August. Both of them specialize in refrigerated trucking services, and when they're combined, they'll have a company of 115 tractors, 200 trailers, and about $45 million in revenue. Nagel says the acquisition provides advantages to both companies, including access to Candell's operations within Canada and increased negotiating power. Don't forget, Dave, that our friends Joanne Ritchie and Jim Park are going to be later here on in the week with another edition of Canada Calling. When did you discover that your water heater was out?
Yesterday afternoon.
And how did you find out?
I walked into the garage. Well, it's the Cheryl's studio, but it's a garage. It's a double car garage. And the rug in front of the place where the hot water heater was wet. So.
Oh, that kind of problem.
That kind of
problem. That kind of problem.
But it wasn't catastrophically wet.
Which, by the way, is, I think, in many ways, a lesser problem than having to actually go in there and fix the engine or anything. I think cracks and leaks are, correct me if I'm wrong, I know enough about weatherization of homes to know that that's a lesser problem than actually having the thing that heats it broken. Mm-hmm. You know, that having the hot water heater itself broken. That's not like a crack or a leak, right? Was it that simple?
It's the valve.
That's easy.
Yeah.
That's easy.
But it's going to be replaced. Not the valve, the whole thing.
The whole thing, the whole enchilada.
Because it has a 6-year warranty on it. And we've been in the house for 11 years, and we have no idea how long it was there before we got there. It's living on borrowed time.
You should actually get a sticker that says raised on hose water and neglect, and just put it on the hot water heater.
Last week, Cheryl says, I've been thinking about that hot water heater. We're going to probably have to have that thing replaced pretty soon.
So you're saying it's Cheryl's fault, is what you're saying.
Absolutely.
I really appreciate anytime we can put anybody else under the bus around here at Radio Nemo.
Break the seal, you void the warranty.
National Truck Driver Appreciation Week continues here.
We have broken the seal on that. It was yesterday.
It really begins on Sunday, by the way.
Sunday through Saturday. It's a full 7-day week.
It's a full 7-day week, and we really appreciate all you guys. And don't forget that Tara Garris will be here. We're going to come back, Dave. Let me kind of give people the order of
Do you know why it's a full day, 7-day week and not the usual 5-day week? Because it takes you that long to find a parking spot to go enjoy some of the celebrations.
Nice.
Boom.
We'll be back on the other side. We're going to preview the guest lineup, and then we'll do a nice little transition into the Turtle Touchdown. Tara Garris is going to be here for Breaker Back Talk. RadioNemo.com is the place to be. Make sure that you guys subscribe on YouTube. We'll be back after these messages. Hey, Dave.
I was wondering if he was going to show up this morning. In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Sapp Brothers appreciate you. That coffee pot is a promise of customer service that aligns with their values. And those folks are showing what they think of you for National Driver Appreciation Week by celebrating all September with scratch and win games, prize giveaways like Yeti coolers and UFC tickets, not to mention 10 full sets of steer tires with any PM service or 250 shop spend, all in the app. Download the app and be a part of a generous rewards program for professional drivers. $2 all-you-can-eat pancakes, steak specials, and cookouts and celebrations. Sapp Brothers serves professional truck drivers. First-rate travel centers, family-friendly restaurants, and world-class maintenance. It's a promise that the coffee pot, is there for you. Go to sappbros.net and find the values you expect from home and download the Sapp app.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
Here, along with Jimmy Mack, Phone Master Dre, and Madison with a T is in the other room.
Taking notes and making sure that every single mistake we make gets cataloged and registered, so she can then bring it in at the end of the show, and we can go through the trials and tribulations of what it means to be on Nemo Nation. We'll be talking to our good friend the Turtle here in just a moment, but want to give you guys a sense of who's going to be arriving here on the first Monday and the only Monday of National Truck Driver Appreciation Week. Mark Colson is going to be here, Ken Adamo of DAT, Haley Blevins, our good friend Courtney George, of course, from Reeves Across America, Transport Topics, Michael Fries, Shannon Newton, Kendra Hems, Mike Roth, Jeff Dickinson is going to be here for a full half hour. Diana Hutzel of St. Christopher Funds is going to be talking about all the kind of stuff that's going on this week from the people who care about your health and your overall kind of, well-being are going to be here. And then we're going to close it off with one of the best truck drivers in the known universe. Roland Bolduc is going to be joining us as well, talking about what happened at the National Truck Driving Championships and just how he's doing. Just a little quick check-in, see how our pal Roland is doing. Should be a lot of fun.
That's what Michael Fries is, too.
Yeah, and by the way, we're also, if you guys notice, we got a couple of Trucking Association presidents are going to be making their way to us. Kendra, of course, being from New York. We got a bunch of people today. Just want to give shout-outs to the men and women on the road and let them know how much they mean to them. That's kind of the real thrust of today. And always, you can jump in at 615-292-6366.
6366. Oh, yeah, 6366. That's NEMO. I can't believe it.
NEMO.
The way that worked out.
It all worked out just kind of nice and neat. As always, we pivot on Nemo Nation. The second half hour of the first hour we spend with our good friend, the Turtle. Touchdown, Tara herself, pretty terrific. She arrives again for another edition of Breaker Back Talk.
Good morning, Tara. Good to have you with us here on this beautiful Monday, the first Monday of National Truck Driver Appreciation Week, MTDAW.
Excited to celebrate all of our truck drivers this week. How are you guys doing this morning?
Doing great. Doing wonderful. Thanks for asking.
Dave's going to get a new hot water heater, and I got a chance to do a little running and skipping and jumping across Audubon Park with the Travis Manion folks. And I'm going to be spending some time at Bastion later on today with the folks from Fastport. So it's a great day.
Are you guys going to go with the tankless water heaters, or are you going to go with the traditional water heater in your new
We
home?
will be doing a tankless. We love that option. Unlimited hot water. In the camper, you get about 10 minutes, maybe, in the shower. So we're excited to upgrade.
Ah, yeah, for sure.
Well, Tara, all I can say from the top and all the way through, go on.
Well, guys, we are finally going to be deep diving into the comment section from our Mount Rushmore of Trucking Radio graphic that we posted. If you have not seen it yet, it is pinned right at the top of our Facebook page. Little backstory. We shared the video about us leaving satellite radio, and Bonehead Truckers, who, by the way, has just joined us on Nemo Nation last week, and it is up on our YouTube channel, jumped in and left a kind comment and said that you, Dave, along with Truckin' Bozo and Bill Mack, were his Mount Rushmore of trucking radio. And now Mount Rushmore has 4 faces, so we went ahead and added Charlie Douglas to round it out. But that post kind of exploded. It went semi-viral, no pun intended. And some folks agreed, and others had honorable mentions. And a few feathers got ruffled from other corners of trucking radio, and we're not sure why, because the post wasn't about them. But either way, it sparked it sparked a big conversation, and we have a ton of comments to jump into. So we shall get started, shall we?
Yeah, really quickly, by the way, the Paranormal Pie Man wanted me to tell you both good morning, but also let you know this is really kind of priceless that being a plumber in your situation, Tara, is a tankless job. Whoa!
Whoa! Bing bang.
Bing, bang, boom. Bing, bang, boom. Jump on in. Tell us what's going on.
Okay, let's go. So Donna Inn kicked things off and said, I remember when you had the road gang, Bill Mack, Truck and Bozo, and the show out of Nashville all night did a lot of channel switching during those days, and Charlie Douglas started it all. And Bill H replied to that comment and said, Fred Sanders out of Chicago, another out of Norfolk, Virginia, I believe. So Dave, let's kind of start here. Tell us a bit about Trucking Bozo. I know you hosted a memorial show for him after his passing, but kind of, I want to break down everyone on the Mount Rushmore, everyone on the monument. So let's start out here. What kind of set Truckin' Bozo apart from the rest?
I think it was his approach to radio and the background that he had in radio. It was a completely different background, say, than mine or Charlie Douglas or even Bill Mack. Bozo was one of those, Dale was one of those guys who basically did a lot of fun kind of stunts on the air. One of the classics is the whole thing where he got everybody in town to flush their toilets all at the same time to clear out the plumbing, and it caused some problems, and I think he got fired on that one. But yeah, it was that sort of thing because back in those days, radio was like was just like a free for all. There was all kinds of stuff done on the radio that probably couldn't get away with today. Probably wouldn't want to get away with today. So he was that guy, and so he fit into the mix. He was out of Cincinnati when he came to trucking radio the year that Charlie Douglas left trucking radio per se and went on to WSM in Nashville, Tennessee. And the Music Country Radio Network, the MCRN, was being born out of Opryland and the Grand Ole Opry and WSM. All of that stuff is all linked together. And their idea was to build another radio network of the all-night AM radio network to compete against the trucking networks that were out there, or the trucking shows that were out there at that time.
Wow.
Does that confuse things even more than probably?
No, I love hearing the backstory. I think we are going to probably get a little confusing because we just have a lot of comments. A lot of people weighed in, and Ephraim S. said, if there were only room for John Parker, and William S. followed up and said, Honest John. And we had a lot of people weighing in the comments with a couple honorable mentions, but Honest John, John Parker, they were mentioned a ton. So where do they come into the story? Where do they come into play here?
John Parker, very unusual human being.
Okay, explain.
He was a record collector.
Okay.
And he came to Charlie Douglas and said, look, I'm a record collector, and I have collected every rock and roll and rhythm and blues records there are. Mm-hmm. So I want to move into country. I want to start a record collection in country music. He says, you guys have a lot of records there. He says, I will be glad to catalog those records. And when I say catalog, I mean take a pen and the little 3x5 cards like you saw in the old libraries, the old library card with those little drawers that pulled out, and the little cards were there, and you'd pull out the card and you'd go to the front desk or you'd go look for the book in the library. You don't do that anymore, obviously, but this is going back before digital. So he said, I will come in and catalog your entire record collection if I can have all of the spare vinyl that you don't need. Now, records are made out of vinyl, which comes out of the same hole in the ground that the diesel fuel and the gasoline and everything else comes out of the ground when it comes to petroleum. So when the Arab oil embargo hit in the early 70s, the record industry took a big hit on that. But this happened right before that happened. So we had all these records. I mean, if you called a record company and said, hey, we need another copy of 6 Days on the Road because ours is wearing out, they'd send you a case of records. I mean, it was just crazy. The one thing that Charlie Douglas told me to do, he says, look, these guys are either going to accept you or reject you, so you've got to be who you are. Don't pretend to be somebody you're not. Don't pretend to be a truck driver or know anything about it, because you don't. And I said, I don't, and I probably never will either, because this is what I do. That's not what I do. This is what I do. So anyway, blah, 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 blah. We basically, I don't know what I was even talking
John
about.
Parker.
Oh, John Parker.
John Parker.
So John comes, thank you very much. John comes in and he does that. And we had a young lady who was working there. Her name was Bobby. And she was a hippie. And what I mean by that is she came to work barefoot in those hippie type dresses and everything. She was crazy. And John came in and he started answering phones. And the next thing you know, he was working on the phones. And when Charlie Douglas left, we needed somebody to fill in, my spot, since I took Charlie's spot. Mm-hmm. And I said, hey, John, how would you like to do the show? And he knew everything that there was to know. He had a great relationship with the drivers and the families who would call in on the phone, so he fit right in. And the Dean of Truth was born, and John became the weekend guy, and I became the weekday guy. And it all kind of happened all at the same time, but yet very slowly at the same time, if that makes any sense.
It does. It definitely seems like he came in at just the right time.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I mean, obviously people loved him. It's all in the comments. Everyone was mentioning him. So I definitely wanted to know that backstory. So thank you for that. It's a very cool story.
Cometh the moment, cometh the Parker. I mean, there it is. Right there. Go on.
Well, Kenny H. said, Charlie, Dave, Bozo, and Bill left to right by the order of when they started trucking radio. The biggest names in trucking radio. I wouldn't change a thing if there can only be 4, but I might change the order they are on. Don't know what they mean by that, but Michael W. remembered and says, I'm glad that I was out there when an AM radio and a CB were all you had to get you through the miles. Don't forget Big John, who used to broadcast out of Gerald's Truck Stop. Do you know where Gerald's Truck Stop was, Dave?
Yes. But I wanted to say something about the AM radio and the CB. It's
Please.
my contention that the trucking community, I'll put it that way, invented social media through the CB radio. And then the boom box that was so prevalent in the late 70s into the early 80s was invented by truck drivers, because back in those days, before deregulation, there was a lot of what was called slip seating. In other words, you went to the terminal to get in your truck to make your run, but it wasn't always the same truck. It was whoever truck was there for you that day. One of the big things for a company at that time was for a driver to get his own truck. Like they buy a new truck and they say, this is your truck, Jim, and congratulations. And that
Wow.
was, it was a big thing. So what these guys would do is they would go to usually not all the time, but you could go to a junkyard and get a good Motorola super heterodyne AM radio from an old car. And they would make a nice box out of wood. They'd mount a couple of speakers in there, 1 or 2 speakers, put the radio in there, and they would have a portable radio / boom box, and they would power it up with a cigarette lighter and lunchbox in one hand and the radio in the other. And if that ain't a boom box, I don't know what is.
That just kind of changed my view of trucking in just a slight way, just because I always think about these truck drivers and their trucks and they're customizing things. Some people put posters up in their back in the bunks and stuff. And so knowing that a lot of them were not getting cozy in there and they were kind of hopping from truck to truck, they kind of had to bring their stuff with them along, just kind of changes the way that I look at it, actually. But That's very interesting. I did not know that.
That would be a great old timers conversation, by the way, for people to call up and talk about how it is they would personalize each individual truck when they'd go in, and what if they actually had a bag that had the stuff that went into the truck, and how it was arranged.
How long?
What was the kit like? The
if
idea
you
of
could
putting
find
it together.
enough guys my age that could remember anything, that would be a great conversation.
Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, some of them. I mean, there are people who might be a decade younger than you who were part of that. I mean, in regards to the 70s, I mean, that would be something kind of interesting.
Yeah.
How long were they in those trucks? Do you know, Dave? Like the period of time that they had to kind of settle in? Was it only a day, or did they have it for a week or two?
Oh, all of the above.
Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
all of the above. Yeah, generally truck driving at that time. Well, let me rephrase this. You see, because here's the thing. We say now that there are so many avenues in trucking. There are so many aspects of trucking, categories of trucking now. Back in those days, that was the same. But you got to remember that right now we're talking to guys who are running garbage trucks through town. We are talking to people in school buses. We're talking to people who are
although the school buses is when they're by themselves in the school buses.
Yeah,
like hey, I got a bunch of bratty kids in here. Hold on, I got to change 6 lanes in the blink of an eye with all this precious cargo here. I'm gonna make that really quick. Okay, good.
They're not listening to us. They're listening to rock and roll like we did when we were in school. But the idea that the long-distance radio programs, they weren't heard. Okay, let's take I-70 in Missouri. We just banged the signal into I-70 in Missouri, but if you were in St. Louis on one end or Kansas City on the other, you couldn't hear the show because there was so much interference. So even though there were local drivers and regional drivers, folks who weren't even drivers who were, in offices and factories, policemen, firemen, surgeons. We used to have a guy who worked at Charity Hospital here in New Orleans. He was a surgeon, and they used to play the road gang in the operating theater. And they used to make requests 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, they'd call up and make a request for the operating team.
It was a big cultural phenomenon. By the way, a couple of quick things before we kind of move on or continue on this point. Marshall points out in regards to the question that I asked about the idea of how did you move yourself, your own kind of personalized situation from one truck to another. He says, used to buy them at a lot of truck stops. They looked like a small suitcase. And the Paranormal Pie Man also says, I'm glad that trucking has advanced enough for the truck to come with an AM, FM space radio installed. LOL. Thank you very much. Well said. Good point. Well made. Tara, go on.
Well, I loved this comment. This is probably my favorite one out of all of them. Long Haul Paul chimed in and message straight from the heart says, Dave, you're the last sonic thread to my trucking youth. Thank you for every night you kept me awake during the years of hard trucking and for the class and decorum you continue to bring to broadcasting. Lord knows how many lives you and those other 3 radio personalities saved. I'm glad you survived the swim, despite the high-pitched taunts from other islands.
Oh.
Oof.
Wow.
Wow,
all of that, though. Love all of that.
Love all of that. By the way, our good friend the Weasel actually contacted me personally to say I bought my house 38 years ago, had to put a hot water heater in that year, and that heater is still in my basement. Whoa. Outstanding Weasel. Speaking of times of olden, Marshall Platter is on the phone right now. He's giving us a call. We're going to drop him in real quick because we got some stuff we got to get through. We want to hear his take on all of this. Good morning, Marshall.
Hey, man.
Morning, guys and gals. Hey, what you got to remember when he was on the radio, you got in a truck, you didn't have a radio. I can remember my first 3 or 4 trucks I drove, you had to go get your own radio. One, they didn't have AM, FM, nothing. You didn't even have a key to start the truck. If you had a key, it was just for the door. You had a button.
That's right. I forgot about that.
You had like 4 or 5 gauges on the dash, and that was it. You didn't have all the luxuries they have nowadays. And forget about air conditioning, because if you had it, it didn't work. But I can remember a lot of the line haul drivers up until about, I'd say 10, 15 years ago, they all outside of them, and it had their AM/FM radio and their CB built into it.
Oh, yeah.
And they had antennas that they clamped. They were, I think you can still buy them. I haven't seen them in a long time, but they had antenna mounts that were actually vice grips.
Yes.
They were built right into the vice grips. You vice gripped them to your mirror, and you went on down the road. That's how you got your AM/FM and everything else. So it was a different time, but
wow.
Yeah.
Let me really quickly, Marshall, you'll totally get this. You brought up air conditioning. I remember in the 70s, remember every once in a while you'd have a friend whose, parents or they had a little bit of money, and you would get in their car and it was air conditioned, and it was like literally walking into a cooler. Like, I mean, you were so not used to the idea of an air conditioned car that when you would sit in one of them, you'd be like, wow. And in the summer it was great, but there would be people who literally would like go around as if they were in a refrigeration vessel, and you're like, wow, it was like now we kind of have gotten used to it, but an air conditioned cab or car was not a commonplace thing, and people forget that. It's a good get on your part. Well said.
Back in the 50s, there was a kid, when I was in grammar school, there was a kid down the block whose parents had an air conditioner in their bedroom. And I remember with about 2 or 3 of us with him, he brought us to his house one day, and we went in his parents' bedroom during the day while they were gone. And we enjoyed the air conditioning for about 10 seconds. Came out. It was something you remember. How can you remember stuff like that?
Well, of course, because it's the sensation. It's like a smell memory. And the other thing is, remind me later on in the show to tell you about the barber shop, one of the first barber shops in the city of New Orleans that had air conditioning. There's a great story about that. Marshall, we appreciate you, dude. I know that, everybody thinks that National Truck Driver Appreciation Week to some degree is, appreciating people behind desks. But, man, we're crazy about you. Thanks for calling. Give us a final thought.
I can remember the first car I was ever in that had air conditioning. I was 5 years old. My uncle came out in an Oldsmobile 98, which was like one step below a Cadillac.
Yeah.
And 2 big tubes in the back window. I could almost fit my whole head into one of the tubes in that blue air conditioning in the seat. So.
That's awesome.
Anyhow, y'all have a great day. I always enjoy listening.
Always a pleasure, Marshall. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
somebody
much.
else that we saw when we saw Marshall here is Chef Marty. He's out there this morning.
Hashtag RGR from the chef
always.
himself. And by the way, the Paranormal Pie Man continues his gadfly behavior by saying, hooray, technology advancements. Amen to that. Tara,
Amen.
Go on.
Well, Joe R. says, I agree, 4 great legends, but why is Big John always forgotten when it comes to trucking radio, who broadcast live from Gerald Truck Stop? He had an open-door policy to his studio to come in and visit. I had the pleasure of meeting 3 of 4 gentlemen who were portrayed in this photo, but including the forgotten 5th man, in my opinion. So, once again, Big John, big shout-outs in the comments for Big John, always.
Yeah, Big John Trimble was really great guy, really talented, and he was also a stand-up comedian too.
Oh, really?
Wow. How was he at that?
I've never heard him. Never heard. Only got a chance to see him a couple of times through the years, because.
Well, I mean, that lifestyle. I mean, we don't even talk about that now. I mean, the fact of the matter is that you actually have a life now. I mean, we were laughing about this whole weekend concept for me, but people need to remember that for the majority of your life, you didn't have evenings. I mean, you didn't get a chance to go out on the evenings, and even when you did, you were tired. Maybe you squeezed in something here or there, but people forget the life of all of these guys, whether it's Dale, Bill, or any of these folks. This was a graveyard shift. This was the actual grave. This is third shift stuff, right? I mean, you're talking to people making the donuts as well. I mean, that's your audience. Third shift on the factory line, third shift behind the wheel, third shift at the bakery. All of those folks, and that's a big thing. The idea of life. What life? This is life. Out there
truly
talking to the patina of the American night, as it were. Tara, go on.
Well, Ike Stevens from Bonehead Truckers himself dropped into the comments and said, Dave is on my Mount Rushmore. He was kind enough to stop and talk to me when I was a nobody. I always think highly of Dave Nemo. And he just kept saying, I loved that segment that he came on. It was so cool to hear him talk about how he would listen and how his wife would listen because she was in the truck with him. And it's those kind of comments that bring all of these comments to the table. And he mentioned obviously Bill Mack being on the Mount Rushmore and one of the faces. So tell us a bit about Bill Mack, his legacy, how you knew him, and how, like what he meant to trucking radio, kind of what was his backstory, if you will.
Well, Bill he was legendary when he was alive. Bill Mack. He held forth out of WBAP out of Fort Worth, Dallas-Fort Worth area, and he is known as the Midnight Cowboy. He's also a songwriter, and he wrote "Clinging to a Saving Hand," which was a great gospel song.
Oh, really?
That was made popular by Connie Smith back in the 60s. And then, remember Leanne Rimes' Blue?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, he wrote that. He wrote it for Patsy Cline.
I didn't realize he had like a music background in that way.
He wrote quite a number of great songs, and like I say, a few of them were hits.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Dave. And this is important. Bill wasn't always trucking radio, but he was already an incredibly accomplished overnight DJ when he actually began to make the move over to trucking radio.
Yes.
He was an incredibly talented DJ, straight up. He had a bigger audience than just trucking. His focus wasn't trucking. Charlie's great breakthrough is Charlie said, "We're here for the truckers. If you happen to come along for the ride, you're welcome. But this is here for truckers."
Exactly.
Whereas Bill, who had been there a long time, Bill makes a shift in that overnight slot. But he begins as just up there in the level of Wolfman Jack. I mean, he was that kind of DJ, right?
Everybody, okay. So truck drivers are like everybody else. So they're human beings. They're out there and they've got radios and they're listening. But Charlie was the first person to say live on the air, if you're not a truck driver, you can certainly listen, but we just don't care. This is for truck drivers, and it was. And when that was said, that ribbon was cut, and that door was opened. And then pretty much anybody that had 50,000 watts worth of power at night said, well, we might as well jump on this bandwagon because here it goes. And they all did. So you had WRVA out of Richmond. That's where John Trimble was, but he was also at KWKH for a while too, here in Louisiana, up in Shreveport. And he ran out of Kelly's truck stop up in Shreveport, and then he was over at Gerald's truck stop in Richmond for a lot of years too, about 25 years for Big John Trimble.
I got to put an end to this, Dave.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Look at the clock.
We could go on all morning. Tara, if you want to bring this stuff back next Monday, we can keep this conversation going. Given the numbers we're looking at here on our social media platforms and the responses, I don't think we've run this topic into the ground quite just yet. It's been another edition of Breaker Back Talk. And by the way, Tara, get that tankless water heater, man, and start getting some nice showers over there on that property, Garris, okay?
Thanks, guys. Have a great show.
Nemo Nation is going to kick into high gear with 3 guests in the next half hour. Hold on tight and go to truckdown.com. 50 states, 8 provinces. They've been doing it since 97. Truckdown.com.
Tara, the tankless turtle. Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASE certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
We're back on Nemo Nation with another fast-paced Fast Sports Studios half hour.
One of the things that has plagued the industry for a lot of years is the fact that getting the word out about trucking, the value of trucking, the safety, the people, the opportunities that trucking can give you. It's very expensive to get the word out. Look how big trailers are. Think about how much it costs to wrap those trailers, and then you got one trailer, and then you need 50, 60 more. Radio, television commercials are really expensive to make. And I was so impressed with something that I saw this past week online from the state of Alabama. And I'm so thrilled that Mark Colson is going to be joining us here. Well, he's joining us now. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning. I kind of got ahead of myself here. I forgot to introduce you because I'm really excited about mytruckingfuture.com. I got to tell you, that website is amazing. Mark Colson is with us. He is the president and CEO of the Alabama Trucking Association. And Mark, welcome to the show and happy NTDAW.
Yeah, thank you, guys. What a great week. This is one of the most exciting weeks of the year. And we're excited at the Alabama Trucking Association to celebrate the American truck driver through a lot of different means. But one exciting one is through to appeal to the heart through art today. So I'm excited to talk about that with you guys.
Oh, absolutely. I got to tell you, we're going to talk about the song, which is really cool, and I'll be playing that on my Nemo's Night Beat program here pretty soon from the Sweet Tea Trio and the Heroes of the Highway Project. So we'll talk about that. But I got to tell you, one of the things that through my long, maybe too long radio career in the trucking world, Mark, is that freedom behind the wheel, the scenery, the landscapes, the camaraderie of the other drivers, the independence. That's what drivers were saying about why they loved trucking 50 years ago. And I heard the same exact things in the videos on that, again, awesome website, mytruckingfuture.com. Give us some background. Tell us how that all got started, because it's really, really impressive.
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. You make a good point. And in Alabama, no different than anywhere else in the country, you have trucking company owners and individual truckers who are really proud of what they do, and they do a great job for this country. In Alabama, we have 133,000 men and women who work in trucking that make Call Alabama home. And, when you get to meet them, you're inspired by their stories. And so oftentimes those stories don't get told. We have to humanize the trucking industry to promote it. And I know there's a national debate about truck driver shortages here and there. We believe that quality people going into quality training, going to work for quality companies, or starting a high-quality business for themselves is what it's all about. And so when you go to that website, you look at those testimonials. Those are real Alabama truckers, diesel technicians, just telling their own story, unscripted. And it's awesome to get to experience them. But then to be able to take those testimonials and put them in front of people who look like them, sound like them, feel like them, to say, oh, maybe that I could do that. That's a way I could change my life and provide for my family. We've been able to showcase some successes from that. And obviously we want some economic steam in this economy right now for the trucking industry, which has been struggling. which is another good reason we wanted to celebrate the American truck driver at a time when, we need some good news in this business, Dave, and we've got some good stories to tell, and so we're really excited about that. Not to dismiss taking on the challenges that our industry faces, with plaintiffs' trial attorneys coming after folks and bad actors that have gotten in our business. We deal with all those things, but at the same time, we've got to celebrate the men and women that are in this industry that are proud of what they do every day.
Well, one of the things, too, and I'm hearing it in what you just said, and it kind of goes back to what I was saying, too, about, okay, the equipment has changed, the technology has changed, the rules and regs, the roads have changed, everything has changed, except for the people who wind up behind the wheel. I think what people want today is exactly what they wanted 50, even 100 years ago, 150 years ago when trucking was first founded. Heck, when the guys used to take the wagon trains out from, Missouri to Oregon, it's the same strain of wanderlust or adventure or getting the job done. I remember when the credo behind trucking was, our job is to get the job done. Now it's, my job is to be compliant, and if I can get the job done, it's okay. So there's a lot of stuff that has changed, but the spirit is basically the same as it ever was.
Dave, we are in a challenging economy. We've got a number of challenges in this industry, but I fundamentally believe, after spending a lot of time with the people in our business in Alabama and many around the country, that there's a renaissance in trucking that's coming. We've got to address some of those challenges, and we also have to do a better job, like what we're trying to do in Alabama with My Trucking Future, and now with the Highway Heroes of the song we're going to talk about in a minute. But I do believe there is a renaissance for trucking. We've got to take on those challenges. There's some things we have to change culturally. But that's what a lot of this is about, and so it gets us excited. We've just got to, a little better economy is going to help with that, and at the same time, we've just are really proud to get to celebrate the men and women in Alabama and these Americans across the country that make this industry run. Because when you get to spend time with them, like you do, I know on your show and throughout your career, it's inspiring. I'm inspired as I travel the state, travel this country, when I get to spend time with the men and women who make our industry run. And yeah, we've got challenges, but just some of the stuff is just celebrating the work that's being done. And I think oftentimes enough we forget to say thank you. And that's what this whole week is about. It's just saying thank you.
By the way, I want everybody to head over to mytruckingfuture.com, alabamatrucking.org. But most importantly, for where we're going next, head to highwaydreaming.com. Just, Mark, do us a favor and unpack the story behind the song, what inspired it, and what it was like to be a part of watching it all come together.
Yeah, we had it's interesting. We've got a group of men and women who are part of our foundation through the Alabama Trucking Association that is primarily focused on creating a positive image for the trucking industry. We do a lot of other stuff, but that's one of the positive things. And think, what can we do? We can't compete with the plaintiff's lawyer money for billboard advertising. I wish we could. What can we do to honor the American truck driver? And a teammate of mine, Josh Vaughn, and some other folks had this interesting thought. We had a band, Sweet Tea Trio, that we were introduced to. One of the family members of this band from Alabama is in the trucking industry, and they played at an event of ours, and they were fantastic. And a conversation occurred after the event and about celebrating the American truck driver, and some local songwriters from Alabama put their heads together, developed the song. The band bought into it. They went up to Cypress Moon Studios, which is a famous studio in Muscle Shoals, Alabama. For those of you music fans, know the history of Muscle Shoals and the music scene there. We recorded it there, and we're releasing it this week. It's called Highway Dreaming. You can find it on highwaydreaming.com, and it's as simple as that. It is a tribute to the heartbeat of the American truck driver, something we want to do to celebrate the men and women, 3.5 million men and women driving trucks across this country, and especially those in Alabama, but those all across the country. And when you hear the song, I think your head will nod a little bit to it, your feet will tap the floor. And we also have a music video that we shot that features the band, that features a professional truck driver, Jeremy, and his family from Alabama. And it's a great way. It was a great idea and great execution of a way that we can celebrate truck drivers this week, but also throughout the year. You can find it on all the major music platforms, Apple Music, Spotify, etc., Vimeo, YouTube. check out the video at highwaydreaming.com. And we're just pumped that we're finally getting to release it. We've been teasing it for a month or so now, so we're pumped up.
Yeah, I know you have. I've been listening to it too on my computer at home. Today is the release date, so as you mentioned, it's out there today. It's a great video. Well, there was a little snippet of the video. I haven't seen the video fully yet, of course, because it hasn't been out yet. But, well, that trio is something else. The song is something else. And again, it goes back to my beginning in trucking radio, trucking music, for 50, 60 years has really been the heartbeat of the industry. And bringing something like that back now, I think the timing couldn't be better, Mark.
Well, thanks for saying that, Dave and Jimmy Mack. Hey, it could be a great theme song for the show, guys. You never know.
Hey, by the way, don't think we're not thinking about ways to incorporate it more into the action over here. And Dave, we'll be playing it on a very soon-to-come night beat as well. Mark, we got to shuffle off the radio coil. Happiest of NTAW. What is it? NTDAW?
NTDAW.
NTDAW.
National
NTDAW.
Truck Driver Appreciation Week.
Mark, thanks for making time in an incredibly busy schedule. We really appreciate you. We want to get you on for a longer form interview down the road. We'd love to have you back. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Highwaydreaming.com is where you can check out that song. MyTruckingFuture.com. As Dave said, it's an amazing website, amazing high-quality website.
It really is, though. I'm not exaggerating. I was so impressed. That is coming from one state trucking association. That has, it looks national.
And it's a great reminder that it only takes diligence and care to get things right. AlabamaTrucking.org.
Well, everybody, it's good to have you with us on this first Monday of National Truck Driver Appreciation Week, NTDAW. I didn't make up NTDAW. Elizabeth Barna is the person who told me to call it NTDAW. I love it.
NTDAW.
NTDAW.
So we are now in what we call the rapid fire half hour of Nemo Nation. At the top of the 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock hour, we give you three guests over the course of 27 minutes. Our next one is we just get a chance to talk to him for the first time on this show, and we're thrilled to have him. Ken Adamo, by the way, is Chief of Analytics and the Vice President of Strategy and Corporate Development over at DAT Freight Analytics, which, of course, means our good friend Dean Croak, is listening right now. Hey, Ken, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. How about you guys?
Oh, we are great, Ken. Thank you so much for being with us right here this morning. www.dat.com, of course, is your guys' landing spot in the internet. Ken is the Chief of Analytics and the VP of Strategy and Corporate Development at DAT Freight and Analytics. And Ken, good morning and welcome.
It is a good morning. Good weekend, great weather here in Northeast Ohio. Can't ask for much more.
By the way, just want to kind of dive in right now and just kind of get a sense of, what you do, introduce you to our listeners, by the way. When somebody says Chief of Analytics, what all does that encompass and what all does that include?
I'm 6 years into DAT and still trying to figure some of that out myself. But, generally speaking, I look after all of our analytics products, our market intelligence, data science, and just general. Anytime we're looking at the market, someone from my team is generally involved.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing that people have been talking about recently, of course, is we are in one of the strangest markets we've ever been in trucking. There are every single economic turn, twist and turn actually follows an echo from the past. This one is a little bit different. Is that a fair assessment? What is going on right now is something that we have not seen in 50, 60, 70, maybe even 100 years. How are you guys kind of adjusting to the developments on the ground in this very interesting economy? I'll put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of getting sick of saying this word, but it's really the best way to describe it is the market is really just stuck. We were fully expecting this year to be a year of recovery. It was really looking that way. I think most of your listeners would tell you that it was a really good peak shipping season around the holidays last year, and that strength continued into January. And then all this talk of tariffs and interest rates sort of put the lid on any meaningful recovery. An interesting stat, it's been almost 20 months without more than a 1 or 2 penny change in overall rates, and that's something we haven't seen in the modern history of the trucking economy.
One of the things, Ken, that I saw, and you guys picked up on this, it's been written about around the world, actually, recently. But I want to go back just a little bit. Do you remember when the egg crisis was happening and eggs were just like going through the roof in terms of prices? When that was going on, one of our listeners called, and he's a driver, and he pointed out that it wasn't just about the eggs, it was also about styrofoam, and it was also about cardboard. And we see headlines now from you guys at DAT and news sources that there is a slowdown in cardboard sales, and that portends a slowdown in consumerism. And Ken, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but can you unbox that?
Oh, God.
Great dad pun on a Monday morning.
Oh, man.
I will tell you that, yeah, I mean, I think there's this bit of a misunderstanding that, when inflation numbers cool down a little bit, it's just that prices are coming down. And I think there's a pretty good tried and true rule to live by, which is you don't pay more on things you don't buy. And so one of the things, right, in inflation slows down the economy. And the measure with which the economy slows down is people purchase less. So I think that is certainly one of the compounding factors in all of it. Right, with the eggs too, we had some of the bird flu. We saw a pretty big impact there among poultry in North America. But yeah, it's just there's supply on one side and demand on the other. And as we know, supply, there's certainly trucks that are still going, small carriers still going out of business, but by and large, the capacity pool hasn't shrunk much in the last year, and we just haven't seen the demand to pull rates or volumes upwards. That's really the story. I think this is the story about demand. Demand is driven, the trucking industry demand is driven largely by consumer spending, new home construction, and a few other sectors of the economy.
That really is the key to all of this, isn't it? Is the fact that what we're really seeing, because of the combination of the uncertainty over tariffs and the interest rates, has been an uncertainty over home starts. And the fact that, if we can in fact get the home economy, meaning like new home building going, that will really turn things around. But from what I understand, some new numbers, some of which you guys are actually looking at, suggest that this turnaround might not begin until 2027 now. Is that the word? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, I think there's some mixed reporting on this. Honestly, I think if interest rates, we're expecting up to a 50 basis point cut, right, half of a percentage point this month. It's not just new home construction. Think about all of the economic activity when someone moves, right? You might get new furniture or new appliances. You might put some new flooring in, and people just aren't moving right now. It doesn't make economical sense given most folks are locked in with this very attractive interest rate and home prices haven't really come down. So the entire kind of durable goods, things that are expected to last more than a year, the entire economy is predicated around interest rates. Even if you aren't borrowing long term, it's still kind of this kind of heavy blanket over the industry. And that's a huge difference that we've seen in this market compared to the last 15 years. The last 15 years of trucking has operated in a low to no interest rate environment. These last few years are the first time we've really seen trucking operate in the modern era under a 6, 7, 8% kind of prevailing interest rate environment.
It makes it difficult, as you point out, and I think in some ways, tell me if I understood you correctly, that the reason why people won't make a move is because the interest rates that they find themselves in right now, the ones that they're in, as opposed to the ones that are out there waiting for them, some of them have gotten some pretty good deals, and the idea of actually making a move into another spend, another borrow, they don't want to walk out of the interest rates they've been locked into an interest rate waiting for them on the other side that is much more of a hairy situation. Is that fair? Did I get that right?
Yeah, I mean, think about it, right? I mean, the old rules are kind of off, but it could be up to 0.25%, it could be up to $25,000 to $50,000 of home value. So, like, I know my personal situation. I'm not known for my timing as an individual, but I locked in a mortgage at 1.9% about 5 years ago, and so for me to go look to move, I would have to find a home probably a lot cheaper than the one I'm in now to have an equivalent monthly payment. Because interest rates on mortgages right now can range from 6 to 7, even higher, depending on your credit. So it's when most Americans are borrowing for 30 years on their home, those interest rates can cause wild swings in monthly payments. So it makes housing a lot less affordable.
So basically, the overall kind of urge of the consumer in the American economy is, I ain't leaving a good thing to go to the uncertainty and probably actually a raise in the cost of everything around me. Because as you point out, it's not just building a home, it's buying new furniture. It's not just buying new furniture, it's buying new appliances. It's not just buying new appliances, it's looking for a different place to send my kids to school, which means different prices at those stores, and on and on and on. That's kind of the deal. Ken, would you promise us, as we say to every time we get somebody on the show for the first time, would you promise us that you'll come back in for a longer form conversation so we can dig into a lot of these issues?
I'd absolutely love to, for sure.
Ken Adamo, by the way, we are thrilled to have him here this morning on Nemo Nation. Guys, don't forget, he's the Chief of Analytics, Vice President of Strategy and Corporate Development at DAT Freight and Analytics. We have a great relationship with these folks, and we're thrilled to get Ken on the air. Thank you, Ken. Best of weeks, and enjoy National Truck Driver Appreciation Week.
Yes, thank you to everyone on the road, keeping America moving.
Nicely done. Dre, would you do me the honor? Hey, by the way, we're going to actually pivot into a conversation. That was the joke that Claire made to our next guest, who seemed to be pretty receptive to it. Dave, would you do us the honors and please introduce our next guest, who is joining us this morning on the Rapid Fire segment of Nemo Nation?
Haley Blevins is about to join us on this Monday morning. Haley is the Development Director at the Southwestern Missouri Division of Special Olympics Missouri. The website overall is SOMO for Special Olympics Missouri, SOMO.org, and then put that /convoy on there, and you'll be right on page with where we're heading right now with Haley. Haley, good morning.
Good morning.
And you probably already know, of course, that today is it's day 2 of the 7-day National Truck Driver Appreciation Week. And in a couple of weeks, you guys are going to be really appreciative of a lot of drivers coming to the 18th Annual Truck Convoy for Special Olympics in Joplin. Give us a little bit of insight as how far along are you? How far behind are you getting things ready?
Well, there's definitely a lot of moving parts on our end, but everything's coming along together really well. We're really excited for this year. We're really happy with our main partners. Our presenting sponsor and partner is 4 State Trucks. They host their big truck show down at 4 State Trucks and down off of Exit 4 in Joplin. And they do an amazing job with their event, and they have asked us for the last several years to be involved in their event, and we are just kind of an add-on to what they're doing, which makes it really awesome for us because we get to get out there and in front of all of those truckers all week long while they're there for their truck show. 4 State Trucks make sure that we're a huge part of what they do. They're very passionate about supporting Special Olympics. We're really excited because every year they just make it bigger and better. So we're super stoked to see what comes of this year.
Yeah, the 4 States Guilty by Association truck show started off as a big hit. I mean, it was a hit from day one. I forget how many years ago they started that, but it's been a while. But combining the two events are absolutely brilliant.
Yes, it seems to work well for both of us, and I think that that's something that's really special for us because we're excited to promote their event just as much as they are for us.
Haley, by the way, I'd love you to kind of share your own passion for Special Olympics. Talk about your organization and its specificity, but you can also talk about the program in its generality, because we have a number of listeners who, one of our callers, a regular caller, Starduster, raises over $10,000 every year and pledges to roll down the road for his convoy. Talk about your passion for Special Olympics, and then we can talk about the specificity of what you guys do on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. So I actually started working here about 3.5 years ago. But before that, I actually have a couple of family members on my husband's side of the family that have been participating with Special Olympics for a really long time. They've played softball and bowling and just about every opportunity they had to participate before they did. They took a little bit of a break. They finally got back into it, so I get to watch them bowl every year, which is really exciting for me. But as far as our program goes, down here in Southwest Missouri, we serve a little over 2,000 athletes. And then we have, with those 2,000 athletes, we probably have another 500 unified partners, which are just everyday athletes like you and me that come out and they play games alongside the athletes for Special Olympics Missouri. And then we have probably another 100 coaches or so that we serve as well. So we are busy all of the time. We have about 24 counties that we oversee down here in Southwest Missouri, and we host close to 50 events per year for our athletes. And we try to keep it fresh and keep new things happening every year, adding in basketball tournaments. We are up to 1,200 bowlers in Southwest Missouri, so we have 9 bowling tournaments that we host them at. And we just keep growing and growing. Over the last couple of years, we have grown about 55% in the last 2 years as far as our participation rate goes. So we are moving along really well, but we have a lot of costs involved. So we look forward to hosting events like this truck convoy to be able to help provide those funds and get those athletes out on the field.
2,000 athletes, 24 counties in Southwest Missouri, 40 sporting events in 15 sports. That's a lot of moving pieces. And by the way, thank you for making that connection. Many of our listeners don't really understand, and I don't mean they don't care. A lot of them don't understand the connection between these convoys and what it actually means for the young men and the young women, sometimes not so young, who are participating in these events. That's such an important thing to remember as well, too. And it's also important to remember that you guys can use volunteers in all forms and fashion. While the money is very, very important and is the lifeline that you guys need volunteers as well, people to participate. You talked about coaches. You talked about people getting involved. Kind of talk about ways that people can get involved, both in a fundraising form, but also in a how do I put this? A way to just kind of get involved and put their boots on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you go, same website as earlier, somo.org/volunteer, there are always opportunities to volunteer. We always have things going on, whether it be a fundraiser or an actual sporting event. We need volunteers all the time. So we probably have, I would say, every bit of 500 plus volunteers that would come out and serve us each year around Southwest Missouri, and they truly are what makes the magic happen out there when we're running these events. Without our volunteers, we could not make these events possible. We've actually been very fortunate that we have really great partnerships with a lot of high schools around here. But when the high schools aren't available, we still have community members that we would love to fill slots with. We've made a really great segue into getting some other nonprofit organizations that serve the same demographic to come out and support us as well. And that's been a really great turn for us so that we're getting involved in the community. But for us, really, it's about the community seeing the athletes. And we invite everybody out just to come volunteer for a day. It really it changes your whole viewpoint on how Special Olympics works and how our athletes are just amazing humans. It's probably one of the most inspirational things I've ever been a part of. And I think that you'll walk away with 10 new best friends if you come out and volunteer.
I couldn't agree more, by the way. Haley, we're out of time here, but Haley Blevins is the development director over at SWMO, Special Olympics Missouri. Guys, go to SOMO, SOMO.org/ convoy and find out how you can be a part of something that continues to not only give generosity of spirit to those who participate, but those who volunteer and are there for the athletes as well. Thank you, Haley. You're welcome back anytime.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Nemo Nation continues on the other side of this with Dave and Jimmy. Courtney George of Wreaths Across America is going to arrive on the scene here in just uno momento. Hold on tight and go to truckdown.com. Get out of that ditch. Get back on the road. Get back in the game. We'll be right back after these messages.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
Talk to a director of transportation and industry relations, don't you think?
Yeah.
Do we know somebody?
Yeah, we do actually. A really good friend of this show, a really loyal friend, somebody who has stuck by us, and we've hopefully honored that by sticking by them. You guys know Courtney George. She, of course, with Wreaths Across America, joins us this morning. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org. You can find them on the Gram of Insta or the Talk of Tick or on any of their normal, Facebook presences and all the other kind of groovy stuff in between. Good morning to you, Courtney.
Good morning. How are y'all this Monday?
We are wondermous and happy NT-Daw.
Happy NT-Daw.
I love it.
So on this National Truck Driver Appreciation Week, you guys want to make an announcement about a carrier challenge, and we wanted to give you a chance to just kind of come out swinging on that. Courtney, take it away.
Well, first off, as you mentioned, Driver Appreciation Week, this is my favorite week. I think everyone knows it. I'm out. You might see me at your trucking company. I want to make sure that I'm out here saying thank you to all the professional drivers that are out here. But the other thing is yes, we decided this week we were going to work in conjunction with y'all to kick off a carrier challenge. So what this means is we are challenging people to join the mission, right? There are so many drivers that I reach out to and talk to as I travel around the country and I'm at different shows that want to get involved. And so, each year our mission grows even bigger. We're over 5,000 locations. And so we're challenging you as drivers, as owner-operators, and challenging you to help get your carriers involved. So many of y'all call me wanting to get involved, and I can help you work through that. But I need your help to do that. So this Driver Appreciation Week, we're challenging your carriers that want to get involved. We want them to join us. We want you as an owner-operator. We have programs to help owner-operators be able to participate. We want you to join us. And don't be afraid to challenge your friend. If you are a driver that's been out there and has had the opportunity to haul one of these loads of respect, don't be afraid to challenge one of your friends. They might be a veteran. They may not know how to do it, but all you have to do, many of y'all are friends with me on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, whatever the case in point is. If you tag me, I can reach out to them. If they're interested, all they have to do is comment, and I can send them a direct message. We want to bring as many people to this mission as we can.
Courtney, it's really interesting, too, because, you know, to some degree over here at Nemo Nation and at Radio Nemo, we're up to something very, very similar. And this is more about really kind of getting down on the ground and really getting into the grassroots and making this a word of mouth. And this isn't like AstroTurf here either. There are so many people out there, you know, whether it's our good friend Scat Pack or a number of the other people who have kind of, you know, shown up at the Driver's Lounge who become like these personal testimonials. I've always said that the best spots we've always played have often involved drivers themselves telling people how great the company it is they work for. And one of the things you guys do with the segment Trucking Tributes is to kind of give tribute and shout out to the men and women who volunteer their time and make the arrangements. So basically what we're calling on for here, and tell me if I get this wrong, is you're asking so many people out there to become ambassadors for Rees Across America in regards to talking to other drivers, small trucking companies, and other carriers as well, to really kind of walk into your boss's office or your partner's office and say, hey, look, something really groovy is happening over there, something deep and moving and important, and we should get involved. How am I doing?
You hit the nail on the head. You couldn't have said it any better. Being able to walk in and say, hey, this is really important to me. I want to get involved. I want us to get involved. It's going to be hard for somebody to tell you to your face that they don't want to support veterans. I mean, I hate to say that. That's what I tell a lot of people. I'm hard to say no to my face. But that's the truth. When they know about the program, when they're educated about what it is that is done, you know, it's really hard to be like, you know, that's not something we want to do because so many drivers are veterans. So many of, you know, office personnel, whether it's a dispatcher, whether it's a mechanic, you know, you've got presidents of companies. I give Decker Truck Line, you know, a hard time because I was like, did you pick your colors because of, you know, Iowa State? And they go, no, they're the Marine Corps colors. And their president was in the Marines, and so that's why they're, you know, yellow and red. And so there are small, you know, things like that throughout the industry of people who really, really want to help, who really want to support. And a lot of times people don't know how to do it and don't know how to go about doing it. But all you have to do is reach out. I am so easy to get on the phone.
True story.
Jim and Dave,
True story.
That, you know, y'all both have my cell phone number, and I answer pretty much every single time. But also, you know, like I said, I'm easy to connect with on Facebook. I am easy to connect with on Instagram, on LinkedIn, on if you shoot a message on TikTok, I'm getting it. I will connect with you in any way and in any medium that works for you. But what I want to do is bring more people to this. We want the word to spread. We want the word to grow. And as we're growing as an organization, you know, this is your chance as a driver to shine. Most drivers tell me every year that they have never been treated better than when they hauled that load of wreaths, because, they are treated so special. They get police escorts and or motorcycle escorts like from the PGR, and all of those things happen, and they are celebrated like the heroes that you are day in and day out. And I know, for us to be talking about this during Driver Appreciation Week, I can't think of a better correlation to celebrate our professional drivers. That correlation of y'all being the nation's heroes out there delivering the freight, making sure that we have everything that we need in the stores. That happens when you haul that load of wreaths. When one person says thank you, it just is a trickle effect, and you see, as a company or a small carrier that's listening, you see how your driver was treated and how they should be treated at any shipper or receiver when you come pick up your load. Especially too when you're delivering and you hear the stories about people and the thank yous that a driver gets. That's how a truck driver should be thanked every single day. And I'm proud to say that they get thanked like that for what they do for wreaths across America.
One of the things that I was thinking about, Courtney, when you were speaking, is the difference between the then and the now. And I'm a baby boomer myself, so I'm a veteran from the Vietnam War era.
So you're a then.
I'm a then. But the thens from when I was a kid in the Army, everybody from there back to World War II was pretty much involved. The country was militarized from World War II on through the Korean conflict, then the Vietnam War, and then by that eases off. We leave there, and then we start up in the Middle East. But as an all-volunteer force, what I'm getting at is you can't relate to having a draft and having pretty much almost everybody involved in the military. Now it's like less than 1% of our population. And that might be a blessing in disguise in a sense, because sometimes you're too close to something to want to be involved. But if you don't have someone in the military, if you don't have any connection to the services, then maybe you are more attracted to it. Does that make sense to you?
Absolutely. Not everyone was able to serve. Not everyone was, Dave, you mentioned at the point where you were talking about going through the draft. And especially I remember, I wasn't around, but my dad talks about a lot about how my grandfather was in World War II and then got called up for Korea.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not happening, but you are seeing so many that came from the Middle East conflicts, whether it was Iraq or Afghanistan. And I guarantee everyone who's listening knows someone, somehow their life was touched. It may not have been them who served, but it's definitely somebody that they know, even though it's at 1%. And this is a great way to honor that 1% out there.
Mm-hmm.
That's really well said, Courtney. And Dave's point is so well made that since we've only got 1% that are actually directly serving in the military, and then of course the satellites of their families and the people who care deeply about them, this is a place for those people who did not serve to actually take the opportunity for the first time in their life. Maybe some of them, although many people are deeply involved in their communities as first responders and as community leaders. This is a real opportunity if you feel like you want to serve your country in one way or another. This is a really good place to start, because not only is the mission itself amazing, you often meet people who have other missions that are connected to you guys as satellites, correct?
Absolutely. And here's what I will also tell people, and I think this is an important thing. You don't have to come all the way to Maine to get your wreaths. We've got 9 cross docks. I've got loads that are available out of Phoenix, out of St. Louis, out of Richland, Mississippi. I've got loads that are available out of Greensboro. we definitely have opportunities, and it doesn't require you to come to Maine. Now, coming to Maine is special, but there's a way that we can get everyone to participate.
And by the way, our good friend Nick DeMeo loves to say, when everybody plays, everybody wins. So, Courtney, do us a solid and tell people where they can go one more time before we got to shuffle you off this radio coil, where they can actually become part of the mission.
Absolutely. Become part of the mission. You can go to www.reesacrossamerica.org/trucking. You can email us at trucking@reesacrossamerica.org. That email comes directly into me immediately.
I couldn't think of a better person to make your first contact with Rees Across America than Courtney George, who joins us this morning. We're so thrilled to have had you, and we'll be talking to you sooner rather than later. Don't be surprised if you get a call from me later on today. Thank you, Courtney.
Love y'all. Have a wonderful day. And drivers, thank you for all that you do.
Love you too, Courtney. Courtney George, everybody.
Well, of course, now we pivot
to
our good friend, a newsman extraordinaire.
Yes.
So thrilled to have him on here, by the way. Tell Michael Freeze good morning.
Hey, Michael Freeze, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you doing this fine Monday morning?
It's not just any Monday, it's the Monday of Anti-Da.
By the way, Michael Freeze, if you guys don't already know this, is the Transport Topics features editor, and he is a regular, reoccurring guest. He's also an original member of the reconstituted Road Gang. He's a veteran of trade publishing. He's worked in logistics, automotive aftermarket, agriculture, and finance. And by the way, we won't talk about sports, given what happened to the Saints and the Steelers yesterday. We might talk about the stock market at some point, probably not today. Professional wrestling, given the state of the economy, that might actually be really appropriate. He has done news reporting as well as public relations. Born in Pittsburgh, raised in Canton, Ohio. He's a veteran of the U.S. Navy. Thank you for your service. And lives in Alexandria with his lovely wife and son. As always, Michael, it's good to have you. I still have high hopes for your Steelers. I still think that as Rodgers kind of acclimates himself, they're going to be in much better shape than they've been in the last couple of years. I actually, despite the mistakes and travails, I do think they're better built for the playoffs that they will make. That's my take. I'll leave it at that for you, Michael. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. I'm coping. Yesterday was a bad day, but the sun rises and so do I. So I'll be all right.
Well, did you see the sunrise in Raleigh, North Carolina, or in Alexandria?
Well, Raleigh. Yeah, I'm here in Raleigh. Yes, that is correct, Dave. For the Technology and Maintenance Council's 2025 fall meeting, which features the TMC Super Tech, which brings brings a good amount of the best of the technicians in the trucking industry. So you're having they're from all over. They're from FedEx, Old Dominion. Some are from Travel Centers of America. Cox Automotive. I mean, there's plenty of technicians to go around, but we are in the second day of the competition. The first day was a lot of the hands-on event where the field got whittled down to, I believe, 85. So today, as we were speaking, they're going through the written test of the competition. So we will crown a winner tomorrow night. So that will be in the pages of Transport Topics. So stay tuned then. So, but other than that, it's just I'm just going around talking to techs. Getting the feel of the competition. In my line of work, this is the closest thing that I get to covering a sporting event. So this is going to be a fun time this week.
When I went to my first Super Tech with TMC, I came up with a 2-word description, and Robert Braswell actually liked it, so I figured, well, it's pretty accurate. Quiet intensity. Quiet intensity is what I got, because you have all of these trucks and trailers, and some of the engines are running, some of them aren't. But you don't hear anybody talking. All you Here is a few clinking of a few tools here and there. Quiet intensity. I mean, I've never seen anybody a room, a big arena like this, filled with people who were so quiet and working.
Yes,
There was no nonsense. Yeah.
You know, Dave, I'm glad you said that, and that is a great description of this conference and this competition. Quiet intensity. It's the whole thing of it. I mean, you guys are in Nashville this spring during the TMC annual meeting, and it's just the usual hustle and bustle of that convention floor, and just people moving around. Where you have the fall meeting with the TMC Super Tech competition, you can hear a mouse, chit chat. I mean, it's definitely a quietness of it, and it's definitely an aura of focus and intensity, as you were saying. And these young men, some of them, I mean, probably a little more than young, but these men and women that are performing in this competition. I mean, you really catch that quiet intensity, because I mean that's what it is. I mean, and when you go into that convention floor, which is the competition floor, you hear that quietness, you hear that focusedness, and that's something to be had, because these guys, we're always, we're talking about the drivers. The drivers are very important as well, but, to get that tractor running, to get that trailer working efficiently, you need technicians. And here, this week, to celebrate the work that these technicians do and to honor that in this competition, that's something that should be in the foreminds of all the drivers and everyone in the trucking industry, because these are the guys that literally make things go, make things work.
Are there, you said guys first, and then you kind of corrected and said, and women. And I don't fault you for that, because if you take a glance at the floor or a glance at the roster, it's going to be a bunch of guys. What about women, though? Are there any women in the competition this year?
Yes. There have been a handful. I believe one from Cox Automotive. She did make the cut. So she is currently performing right now. There's definitely women that are placing. I believe one had placed not last year, but the year before. I think last year as well. But in station categories, I think there was a winner. The name escapes me, and I'm very sorry for that. But I believe she was from FedEx, and she had won, I think, the third overall prize, if I'm correct, back in 2023. So, the presence of women in the competition, it's definitely a growing presence.
Yeah, slowly but growing, which is, you take it as you will. I got to say that we had Mark Colson on. I don't know if you know Mark. He heads up the Alabama Trucking Association. And they have a new initiative there it's a website called mytruckingfuture.com. And Michael, I got to tell you that I was so impressed with this. This looks like a big Hollywood production. I got to tell you, it was videos of drivers, young drivers, talking about what they wanted in life, what they wanted out of trucking, why they got into trucking. And I was telling Mark that when I got into trucking radio back in the early 70s, it's the exact same thing mostly guys were telling me back in those days. It's the same stuff. People haven't changed. Their desires and their hopes for their trucking careers are the same as they ever were. Do you when you talk to the people, let's say the younger people and the older people who are in the competition, do you see any coming to? In other words, are there generational barriers and differences still, or is everybody kind of moving together to the same team, so to speak? If that makes sense.
No, Dave, it does make sense. I mean, if you had asked me this question maybe 5 years ago, I probably would have said the former. It was just sort of that, I mean, and 5 years ago, we were talking about, EVs and having that infrastructure built and the concerns around there and just kind of the whole, positioning of you being pro EV or you just want to stick with diesel, and through some technicians that I've spoken to, it was a lot of that. There's a lot of this is a new thing. What's wrong with diesel? Diesel's been fine, and why are you pushing this? Whoever that they are, whoever they are pushing this on us. I mean, you had some of those factions, with that. But now, fast forward to 2025, I think there's a collective reasoning in the sense that you're, this is something that's coming, whether you like it or not. Depending on how the regulations are, this is something that will be here in the future. Maybe not near future, but I mean, it's something that's going to be here, and there need to be recommended practices in place to properly perform preventive maintenance and repairs on this new equipment. So I mean, it's we all know the train is coming. So I think we're closer to the latter now than we were before.
And we are starting week number 2 of NACV's Run On Less Messy Middle to that point, coming to where we can make some sense out of all of this stuff and make some decisions, because decision time is coming in terms of reevaluation of what we've been using for power. How are we going to mold that into the future needs? So how long are you going to be in Raleigh? You're going to be there for the festivities?
Oh, yes, I will be. Yes, I will be. Yeah, after the competition, there's always the very informative technical sessions that are going on. For one, that I'll be going into later on the Wednesday and Thursday track of things. There's the just next, when you talk about next generation tractor trailer connectors, just sort of what do fleet technicians want out of that. And it's just sort of kind of having that shop talk, just sort of, having that, the feedback on, connector design preferences and things like that, just the real minutia of auto technology. And so I'll be covering those things as well. There's many subjects such as, proactive corrosion protection, tire road services. I mean, there's even an update on just the regulations of EVs and alternative fuels and where the industry goes from that point. So there's a lot to take in after the Super Tech, which takes most of the time these first 2 days, today and Tuesday. So there's a lot of learning that's going on, through the competition and through sitting in the session. So my plate's definitely going to be full on that Wednesday going forward.
Yeah, and that full plate, when you made the comment about the closest thing to a sporting event, there really is a sense of a championship game going on over there, because you're not just covering the event itself, but you're covering all the satellite sort of things going on around it. The breakout sessions. It is a combination of competition and conference in many ways. And so I don't envy you having to keep all of that straight from an editor's standpoint. You're not just a reporter covering the story. You've got to figure out where all the stories are and then kind of collate and organize them. We're going to get you back on sooner rather than later, Michael, to give you a chance to kind of do that. What's the week looking like for you? I mean, once this is over with, where do you go back to? What's next?
Well, we're going to go to from here, it's back to the DC office where we're working on the production of the new Calibrate. We're going to be talking about roadside service and just the safety involved with technicians when they repair on site, which is usually on the side of a highway, and just kind of keeping those safety considerations, keeping those technicians safe when they're working on the truck. So we're gonna have a feature on that, and of course, we're going to talk to Mr. Braswell from the TMC and get his thoughts on what will be the end of the TMC fall and get his thoughts on that. So we're definitely preparing for some new stuff coming from Calibrate this fourth quarter. So that's on the agenda.
I love having a guy on the show so long that he actually knows when I ask him what seems to be a broad question. He knows I'm actually referring to Calibrate, what's coming up next. Michael Freeze is a veteran for his country. He's also a veteran of trade publishing. He joins us on a regular basis. He is also one of the original members of the reconstituted Road Gang. Michael, thank you so much, and go Steelers.
Oh, yes, yes. Go Saints. Go Saints, too, as well.
You see? That's what we're talking about, folks.
Yeah.
That's how you do it. Michael Freeze, Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, Phone Master Dre. Another rapid-fire half hour is coming your way with Shannon Newton, Kendra Hems, and Mike Roth. Dave alluded to them earlier on with Michael. We'll be right back after these messages. It's Nemo Nation. Sapp Brothers appreciate you. That coffee pot is a promise of customer service that aligns with their values. And those folks are showing what they think of you for National Driver Appreciation Week by celebrating all September with scratch and win games, prize giveaways like Yeti coolers and UFC tickets, not to mention 10 full sets of steer tires with any PM service or 250 shop spend, all in the app. Download the app and be a part of a generous rewards program for professional drivers. $2 all-you-can-eat pancakes, steak specials, and cookouts and celebrations. Sapp Brothers serves professional truck drivers. First-rate travel centers, family-friendly restaurants, and world-class maintenance. It's a promise that they, the coffee pot, is there for you. Go to sappbros.net and find the values you expect from home and download the Zapp app. At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write. Live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
We are going to head over to the great state of Arkansas. Shannon Newton is the president of the Arkansas Trucking Association. Online, www.arkansastrucking.com, or on Facebook, Instagram, X, or LinkedIn. Just look for Arkansas Trucking Association on all of those platforms. Hey, Shannon, good morning and happy National Truck Driver Appreciation Week.
Good morning. Thank you for having me on. I feel quite honored to be on as we're kicking off Truck Driver Appreciation Week.
Well, the honor is ours. I can tell you that right now. So what have you got planned? What's cooking?
Well, quite literally, when I walked in the door this morning, one of my coworkers was sitting in the floor counting hot dog buns and hamburger buns. So we've got a big cookout coming on this Thursday where we're going to be serving free lunch out at the TA Petro on I-40 in North Little Rock, and that's our annual event where we look forward to engaging with just whomever may be passing through North Little Rock on Thursday.
Well, ask them if they know why there are 8 buns in a pack but 10 hot dogs in a pack.
See, he figured this out, Shannon, by the way. He figured this out, and now he is like incredibly proud of himself. She says it's a scam. And by the way, I don't care what reason they've told you, Dave. I think Shannon's on to something, to be honest with you. Shannon, can you tell us a little bit about your organization? Can you tell us the wide swath of people that you represent and that you speak for? Tell us a little bit about the state of trucking in Arkansas and the people who you guys actually stand up for.
Sure, I'm happy to do that. So the Arkansas Trucking Association, as probably most of your listeners know, is the advocacy trade group for the trucking industry in Arkansas. We have about 350 members, and that would be everybody from small independent trucking companies all the way to some very large carriers who happen to be based here and support our organization. And then we have the suppliers, so those who may, sell or service the trucks, the equipment, the safety technology. All of those groups kind of fit under our tent and under our umbrella, and we have the privilege of protecting and promoting and serving the trucking industry in Arkansas, whether that be shaping the way that people, the general public, thinks about trucking, the way that policymakers think about how their decisions impact our industry, and then within our choir, how can we educate, serve, network, so that we're allowing the best of the best to share their knowledge with those others in the industry and help us all be successful.
All about all about relationships and connections.
Sure. I think Arkansas kind of has a reputation for having some really large, successful carriers here, and that certainly does elevate the profile of the industry in Arkansas, and we don't shy away from that. We consider ourselves to be major players in the economic environment here. Arkansas actually ranks number 1 in the country in per capita employment in the trucking industry. But we don't, those 6 or 8 or 10 or however many you may be able to name, that certainly doesn't represent, all 350. And so the rest of the industry here benefits from their expertise and knowledge and the fact that they lean in and allow the industry as a whole to be successful here.
Got it.
How many states, actually I know the answer, but how many states border Arkansas? Because this is one of the reasons why you guys are I keep thinking about the 40 into Memphis alone, but how many states do you guys actually share borders with?
Oh, wow, you're going to make me name them. Oklahoma, Missouri, Tennessee, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas, so 6.
Yeah, and so you got 6 states around you guys, and you are plumb smack in the middle of the country, essentially. I mean, you are in many ways the actual gateway to the West. No offense to our friends over in St. Louis, but you guys really are the gateway. You can get almost anywhere in the country in the fastest possible route if your starting point is Arkansas, which puts you in kind of a unique position. Can you talk a little bit about your relationship with the other associations and other states? Because you guys, given your unique position, you have certain advantages, but part of what you have to do is also have great relationships with neighboring states, neighboring law enforcement agencies, neighboring businesses, and on and on and on. How do you guys both look internally while at the same time realize that your future is dependent upon what's happening externally?
Yeah, we say at the crossroads of commerce. So I-30, I-40, and I-55 all have major intersections in Arkansas, and so you're right. A lot of freight moves in and along those corridors, and so we benefit from that geographically, and also we have some responsibility. I think a lot of times, when we take issues like truck parking or tort reform or towing reform, and people think, oh, well, maybe we're small geographically, but that's incredibly important to the carriers who are based somewhere else, who are relying on the infrastructure here to meet the demands of their customers. And so, I bear some responsibility in making sure that the infrastructure here is efficient and safe and well maintained and invested in to allow for those carriers who may not be based here and frankly who may not be members of our organization, but it is, we rely on those associations in other states as, our members do, and so we take that responsibility seriously here to uphold that. We, when I think about some of my favorite things about my job, it is the relationships with my counterparts. Certainly the South has maybe a little bit of a culture of its own, and so we tend to get along and share notes and do the best that we can. Obviously, Texas is, kind of the gorilla in the room, or their policies and just their geography certainly
the Esparza in the room
on our region.
How about we say the Esparza in the room?
Yes, the Esparza factor. He and I are really good friends.
Sounds like a movie.
He actually immediately. So when I served as chair, our group is called TAEC, the Trucking Association Executive Council. So that's our little association of executives. I served as chairman, and he was my immediate, following chairman, and so we got to work together very closely from a leadership perspective for 2 years in a row. And so I could cite, direct policy. I mean, recently we've talked about fraudulent CDLs, and our efforts here in Arkansas were a direct result of the things that he was seeing in Texas, and shared that with me. And if we run them out of Texas, guess where they're going to go? They're going to go to Arkansas. And so, that policy initiative was something that we were made aware of because of our relationship in Texas, and that has been implemented subsequently here in Arkansas.
By the way, you guys, I'm going to toot your horn for you. You guys have really taken the lead when it comes to trucking tow reform, haven't you? I mean, you guys are at the cutting edge of this.
We have. It took us a little while to get there. We had an unsuccessful legislative effort in 2023, but I will say, I like to point to that and say sometimes not being successful actually enables the end product to be better or more successful. And so the kind of attention that we drew to the issue in 2023 led us to a solid 2 years of everybody bringing their towing issues and laying them at our feet and saying, we hear you guys are working on this, we have this too, and we have this, and we have this. So that when we came back in 2025, we had a more robust package. The legislation was longer and a more comprehensive solution. And I think that there are several things in the legislation. Two of them that I'll highlight as being, in my opinion, really important. Reconstituting the board, so like completely doing away with the individuals who had previously served, making a new board that actually has trucking representation on it. So we have a gentleman who owns a trucking company who sits on the board. We have an insurance agent who specifically writes trucking insurance sitting on the board. And those voices, I think, will change the dynamic of that board. And then additionally, something that was really a throwaway policy, there was no objection to it, but I hope that it pays off in dividends, and that's having on every invoice, if you feel like you've been overserviced, overcharged, here is the entity that is responsible for regulating the towing industry in Arkansas. Here's how to file a complaint. Here's who to call. That we have that regulatory setup here, but if you're from Indiana or California or Iowa and you had a towing incident in Arkansas, there was no way for you to know that there was a towing and recovery board and that was the regulating agency. You were caught either dealing with a local law enforcement or trying to hire a lawyer and kind of taking the long way around and actually going directly to that group that's charged with regulating the industry here.
Shannon, we just got about 30 seconds left here, but I wanted to give you a little time to give a message out to all of the drivers out there on the road here on this Monday of NTDA.
Well, I appreciate that. I will say, we like to think that as an industry and as an organization that we do a good job of calling attention to the role that the drivers play. But I think this week it helps to amplify that message to a larger audience, not just those in the industry who are aware of the critical role that the drivers play. And so we hope that our efforts, whether they be billboards, whether they be commercials, that the drivers would see them and they would know that we appreciate the hard work that they do. I liken it to electricity. No one seems to notice until it's not there. And I hope this week that we can just do a little bit, share a smile, honk a horn, and let the drivers know that we appreciate them.
Shannon Newton is the president of the Arkansas Trucking Association. Go to arkansastrucking.com. You can find him on the Book of Face, the Gram of Insta, the X formerly known as Twitter, and LinkedIn. They are the Arkansas Trucking Association on all those platforms. Shannon, you're welcome back anytime you got some news you want to share with the general public about what is going on in the middle of the action of the entire trucking industry. Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Kendra Hams, by the way.
That sounded like trucking in New York City just now.
I did that on purpose. Kendra Hams joins us. She is the president of the Trucking Association of New York. We are thrilled to welcome her during this NTDA, as Dave and Elizabeth Barnett call it. Welcome to the show, Kendra, and happy National Truck Driver Appreciation Week.
Well, thank you so much. Pleasure being here with you. And yes, a big shout out to all of our professional drivers on the road today. I cannot express how much we appreciate the work they do for us.
Well, thank you so much, Kendra. And I know they know you mean that too. You and I have been talking a lot about problems in New York City, specific to New York City itself. New York City, I think, is New York City the only city in America that has a Department of Transportation?
I don't know for sure.
Minneapolis does too. Minneapolis does too. I know that because Robin Hutchinson was the head of it. So that's
okay.
I know that, and I think it's only like 5 or 6 cities in America have their own departments of transportation. That's the absolute truth. Sorry, that's just random facts that I keep in my head, Kendra. Welcome to the show. By the way.
That's quite all right. You knew I didn't, so there we go.
Yeah, that is something you don't expect. So anyway, and I also want to tell everybody, too, that the web address for the Trucking Association of New York is nytrucks, nytrucks.org, nytrucks.org. So We have the congestion pricing. You have been in the crux of that since it was first conceived. We've gone through some ups and downs on that. There seems to be some success in terms of the amount of cars, at least, that aren't coming into town. You can't stop trucks from coming into town because folks in those cars got to get their stuff. So we have
New
all
York
of that
wouldn't
going
function. New York, the city of New York wouldn't function. Just wouldn't.
That is, yeah, absolutely true. Absolutely true.
So now, well, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, we've never been fundamentally opposed to the theory or the policy behind congestion pricing and the need to address congestion in New York City. Where our challenge has been, and we're continuing to pursue our litigation, just as a quick update, as it relates to congestion pricing, is because of the way they're treating trucks. So cars, passenger vehicles, they get charged once per day, regardless of how many times they go in and out of the zone, whereas trucks, depending on their size, are being charged at a significantly higher amount than cars, and they get charged every single time they go into the zone. So that is the basis of our lawsuit. That is continuing. We're still pushing that forward. It hasn't been dismissed just yet, so we can certainly keep you apprised as that continues to play out.
Yeah, absolutely. So we move to another another situation now. Weight in motion, and there was an incredible article that you and I both saw about that, pretty well written and pretty in depth too. I mean, it just went into pretty much every nook and cranny about how much trucks weigh, who's getting away with bringing in overweight loads, dangerously overweight. I mean, there are what do you call that, Jim? When exemptions?
Yeah,
there are exemptions for everybody in every state and all of that stuff. So is this the big new frontier? I mean, once we kind of get the congestion pricing at least tamped down a little bit, now we get into this. But is this only going after bad actors? I mean, it's pretty confusing.
It's very confusing. So let's back up a little bit because there's some context here that I think is really important as it relates to our position with this technology. And to be clear, when we're talking about weigh in motion is used all over the country.
Mm-hmm.
What New York City is doing that's different and the first in the nation to do this is they are using automated enforcement. So they have cameras that take photos of the registration and the license plate of the trucks when they go over the scale, the weigh in motion scale. And if it's determined that that truck is overweight, they're automatically issued a citation. So that's what's different about the weigh in motion, the WIM program, if you will, in New York City. Where we have significant concerns is because of the way our oversized permits are administered in the state of New York. So we've got the New York State Department of Transportation that issues oversized permits or overweight permits. We have the New York City Department of Transportation that also issues overweight permits. They don't match. So what New York City issues in terms of axle counts and max weight and load distribution is not the same as what the New York State Department of Transportation issues. And we could get into the details, but I don't think it's necessary. I think the underlying issue there is that they're not the same. So we have two different permit programs. The other big issue as it relates to permits in New York City is back in the 1980s, the New York City Department of Transportation decided to stop issuing divisible load permits, overweight permits. But when they stopped that program, they allowed those that had permits to keep them. So those companies that had permits at the time they stopped it, they were allowed to keep those permits. They can transfer permits from a truck they're turning in to a new truck, but they can't get additional permits. So now what we end up with is you have fleets in New York City that can legally operate at significantly higher weights under an overweight permit. And then you have fleets in the city that are trying to compete with them that do not have access to those permits. So while we would never condone operating overweight without permits and being legal and following all the rules and regulations, the city has kind of created this incentive to be in non-compliance, if you will, because these companies can't compete otherwise. So we've got two different permitting systems, and then we've got a system that's created the have versus the have-nots, and now we're implementing automated enforcement with weigh in motion. So, so kind of a long-winded way to say we have a lot of concerns with this, and there's some really significant challenges that need to be addressed before any kind of enforcement program of this nature should be put in place.
It's funny, Kendra, because it is such a, like I said, each individual state has its own unique set of issues and problems. And this sounds inherently like such a New York thing. I think about the medallions on cabs. I think about rent control. This feels so uniquely New York, which is why each of the states has to have their own organization to deal with these kind of problems. And my question is for you: what kind of traction are you guys getting when you kind of explain this the way you just explained it, saying, look, we're just looking to make sure that everybody who wants to participate in this economy has a level playing field, that we're not, people already have institutional knowledge advantages. This really creates institutional advantages of economic power, right?
Yeah. And, it's such a complex issue that sometimes it's really hard to explain it in a way where people can understand it, because anyone that's familiar with overweight divisible load permits, when you start getting into the axle counts and the gross weight and how that's distributed and the spacing between the axles, like they glaze over. So it's been a difficult issue for us. We've really been trying to focus on the equity component of it, the fact that we've got two different systems. You have a system that allows some to have and others not. And so what I would say is it's about 50-50. I think that we have spoken with some, both at the state level and the city level, that totally understand the concern and the issue. But then we have some that don't. And unfortunately, some of the ones that don't are the ones that were responsible for expanding the use of this technology. So it was included in the state budget last year. We thought we had it beat. We had it stripped out of the budget. We figured we were good. We had, allowed to provide more time to start addressing some of these other underlying issues. And then right before they drafted all the bills to vote on, they put it back in the budget. And by that point, we didn't have time to react. And this is a whole other issue in the state of New York, is the process in which they pass our state budget. It's a lot of last minute, nobody reads the bills before they vote on them. There's a whole host of issues with the process they go through. And unfortunately, sometimes you lose on issues because of that, and this was one of them. We thought we had it beat, and then all of a sudden last minute it was back in there, and we found out it was the individual New York City Department of Transportation was really pushing it, and then one of the individuals that was a strong advocate is a close ally in the governor's office. So she was able to get it pushed back in, and here we are. So we're continuing to try and get some amendments to the legislation, but we're also trying to address the permit issue as a whole. So talking with City DOT, can we reopen the divisible load permit program? Is there a way to standardize the permit between New York State and New York City? So those are the issues that we're really focusing on now.
Wow. Well, we've been beaten by something else too, unfortunately, the clock. We couldn't beat the clock. But we're going to be continuing this conversation and probably many more too as the weeks and months come up. So, Kendra, thank you so much for taking time out this morning. Once again, happy National Truck Driver Appreciation Week to you and all of the members there at TANI, the Trucking Association of New York.
All right. Thank you so much.
Kendra Hems, everybody. And the website is nytrucks.org.
That bounces us down the road a little bit more. And of course, that means Mike Roth is joining us. Of course, he's the executive director over at NACFE, and well, they're going to run on less. But we got a little bit more to talk about, don't we, Dave?
13 fleets in the messy middle.
Good morning to you. Good morning to you, Mike.
Hello, guys. Good morning. Yeah, it's beautiful. I happen to be in North Carolina today, so gorgeous weather here. Actually, cooler here than up home in Indiana. So I'm a winner today.
Sounds like you're in a moving vehicle. Is that correct?
No, I'm stopped at a truck stop.
Oh, okay.
To talk to you guys, but I have my car, not my motorhome. So to be real clear with everybody, but living the life. This is the second week of the run, so second of 3 weeks, and man, we're seeing some great numbers. So I'm glad we're talking today.
Yeah. So what kind of numbers are we seeing? Last Monday you were on with us to kick it all off, so the numbers hadn't come in quite yet.
Yeah, no. So we've been tracking actually 14 trucks since Monday. And just to give you a few numbers, we've got a diesel team drivers that have done 10,000 miles in the first week. And they're 11-ish mile per gallon. So we've got a driver. This is Mesilla Valley Transport. We've got a driver that's, always puts up big numbers. And when there's a trainee with him in a team for MVT, that trainee always does well, too, because he's looking over his shoulder or talking to him about what to do and this, that, and the other. So that's 10,000 miles in a week. And then Henry Albert's getting it done with his Freightliner Cascadia around the country. So that's all fun and good. Some double-digit fuel economy with reasonable loads, not totally light and not very heavy, but that's one piece. We also have battery electric trucks just kicking it. So the one has a team on it as well. They did 1,800 miles plus. We're still looking at the data from over the weekend, but lots of miles. They were able to charge in a very small town on kind of like a passenger car charger to be able to extend their range. That was in a place, I think, Benson, New Mexico. I'm sure some trucker can chime into the size of Benson, but I think it's pretty small, and they found a charger to charge a big truck to get the miles. That's the kind of creativity that these pioneering fleets are doing. And then one of the Tesla semis on a dedicated route up and down I-5, in the California Valley, and they're consistently every day doing 435 miles on a single charge. And then I could talk about the natural gas trucks and the hydrogen trucks too, but maybe everybody's doing what we expected, guys. We've got a couple of data glitches early in the week. We've got a couple of trucks that we didn't get data on, and we're for a couple of days, and now we are getting it. So I'm just thrilled with what how NACFE can share with these. Let's just call them pioneering fleets. That's what they are. What they're doing with these technologies.
When it comes down to the numbers, you're going to get the numbers are coming in. We always look at these numbers. But in this particular case, at this time in the timeline of history that we're on, this messy middle, the numbers coming out of this 3-week run, once they're crunched, are going to give people a real opportunity to really make some decisions, I'm thinking. Is that what in other words, we think we're this, we think it's that, but now we know.
Yeah. No, you're exactly right. Now I caution everybody that, this is 14 trucks out of what we consider to be about 1.7 million that are out there operating Class 8 heavy-duty tractors on the
small
highway.
sample.
So, it's just a few, but it's, it still is real world, and we can get tons of insight. So, I think there's a couple of things that, to answer your question, that I think about, guys. One is, can the truck do the job? So I think here clearly we're showing that, in for certain customers and certain routes. I mean, if you have like for instance, just in 7 days in, if you have a route where you can only charge once a day, but you go out and you come back, in around 400 miles, there's a battery electric truck or a couple of them out there that can do that. So that goes from, maybe it will to now we know that. Of course, payload matters, wind matters, elevation changes matter, all of which you can see on the run. But then the next phase is, can I make money at it? So, maybe the truck can do the job, but it's too expensive, or I can't figure out how to charge it or fuel it. So there's there's like levels here. There's, can it do the job, and then does it make sense for my business? Two entirely different things. And I think there too, what we're learning here in these 18 days will help fleets and their suppliers and everybody else, financiers, whatever, think through now, how can I make money on it? Because they're going to use the data out of the run to then go put that data into their financial calculations, payback or ROI, those sort of tools that all fleets have, and then, figure out what makes sense to them. Now, we haven't even talked about yet where biodiesel or renewable diesel might fit, but you're exactly right, and this data will help them, I'm sure.
Mike, we're going to get you back on sooner rather than later to talk about where biodiesel or renewable diesel might actually fit. We can't wait to see the numbers when this thing comes to its stirring conclusion, because there's a lot of great data that's still coming in, and we're already getting some impressions that are really cool. One more time, guys, go to NACFE.org. If you go over there, you can find out who the folks are that are going to run on less, who are the ones participating in the messy middle, as we figure out what the next generation of fueling up to actually deliver the goods and services to American households and beyond. Thank you, Mike. We'll get you back on soon.
Thanks, guys.
The messy middle, where they run on less. NACFE.org, by the way. Long-form conversation coming up with Jeff Dickinson. We'll be right back. It's Nemo Nation. Go to truckdown.com and find out how you can get out of the ditch and back on the road. 50 states, 8 provinces, and we're out.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
Format that is so wonderful is we do those 30-minute blitzkriegs where we essentially have 3 guests, and it's actually about 27 minutes that actually takes place over with. And, and we're still getting used to it, by the way. I know Dave's still getting used to it, where you start to ask long-form questions and you look up and your producer and the guy across the table are looking at you going like, you have a minute left, Dave. You can't ask that question, or the next guest is going to get reduced down to 4 minutes, which will make the next one worse. But it is set up for what's happening today. Jeff Dickinson joins us again. He's the president and CEO of RGTX. He is also the chairman of the Freight Fraud Task Force, and we are thrilled to have him back on today to kind of get into more depth about what it actually is the Freight Fraud Task Force is, its origin story, but not just that. But there was a lot of discussion of culture in trucking and how much of fraud is also the responsibility of the way individual drivers purport themselves, handle themselves, and the business around both their cab and their pre-trip and their post-trip. All of that was actually introduced by Dave in the conversation, and there wasn't enough time to really dig into it then. So I thought we would pick up with Dave and Jeff getting a chance to really dig into those questions that Dave was itching to ask, hey, Jeff, thanks for making time for us by coming back again. We are thrilled to have you. And for those of you who don't know, this is the Bodacious Cowboy who is joining us this morning. How are you, sir?
I'm well, Dave. Hey, thanks again for having me on the show. I thought we had a good conversation last week, and I appreciate you having me on again.
Oh, well, thank you so much for being with us. One of the things I want to point out here, and it seems like something you read over and you don't think about it, this is the first non-profit organization dedicated to preventing and stopping freight fraud. Kind of unpack that if you would, because I kind of almost thought that any organization like this would be non-profit. But there seems to be some kind of delineation there.
Yeah. So, over time, I have a lot of connections, and about 10, 11 months ago, this idea came up with one of my really good friends, Dale Prax, who is the owner of Freight Validate. And we were just talking, and a long time ago, the government had this organization that they were thinking of called the Freight Fraud Task Force, but it never came to fruition. And so we started talking about it and said, you know what, maybe we should take it in-house and start doing something like that. Now, Dale is a advisor. It's not part of the board, but we needed to do something. Fraud has been, growing for decades. It's not something that just happened. And what happened that caused it is that, a lot of people left their guard down, shippers, brokers, carriers, all alike. They stopped doing what they were supposed to do a very long time ago. And I'm going old school. And I'm talking about building relationships, those ironclad relationships, and understanding each other and how they operate. And I'm sure that, with your time in the industry, you kind of understand that as well. And it's just a huge missing part, Dave.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand. One of the other things too, and I'm going to throw another a name out here: the Transportation Risk Defense Alliance. That was born out of the Freight Fraud Task Force. How is that relationship? What is the relationship there?
Sure. So I want to do something that no one else has thought of, and I wanted to make it unprecedented, meaning that I wanted to have partners that were on the front lines, that kind of set the standards as far as whether it's on the law side or on the insurance side. So I started up a conversation, and again, a lot of good deals happen on a golf course, and one of them with USI Insurance Services, the fourth largest commercial broker insurance company out there at $2.8 billion. And I spoke to the vice president of logistics and transportation. We had a great conversation, and one thing led to another. And it just so happens that our lawyer, who started up the Freight Fraud Task Force, meaning making it legal as a nonprofit, he was also in the industry, and he started up the TLP and SNA, which is the Transportation Loss Prevention and Security Association. And his name is Thomas Martin, a well-recognized lawyer that was part of the ATA back in the 2000s. That the company or the organization used to be called the TLP and S&C, and they changed to the association around that time, and it's been growing. And they are, they defend carriers, brokers, you name it. That's the industry that they're in. So it's something that nobody else thought of to attack the freight fraud from an insurance point of view and on a legality point of view. And of course, with my background and experience working for shippers for over 37 years on the front lines and putting them all together to figure out, is there another way? And we think there's another way of fighting fraud than what's currently going on.
It's interesting, by the way, really quickly, and you point out about the idea of going old school. Jimmy Mack here, by the way. The one thing that people don't realize is that people who engage in fraud and criminality, whatever their issues are, they are incredibly adaptable. And I always use the example, if you think that the mob and those in the criminal element weren't ready for what would happen the moment Prohibition got overturned, you didn't know who they are. And they've learned that lesson a long time ago. They're always looking for the next best thing, which means they are keeping up with the technologies in a way that a lot of people aren't. And I was kind of wondering, with your organization, if you are teaching and training people not just to look at the fraud that is happening now, but what the possibilities are for new fraud. In the way that Billy Martin used to baseball manage, he would say, what is the most dastardly thing my opponent could do to me? And then figure out a way to counter it before they even tried it. Am I making sense there, Jeff?
Oh, absolutely. You know, and I have this saying, Dave, you have to outthink the thinkers. You know, you almost have to think like a thief and how they can circumvent what you're currently doing, and try to put up those walls, those barriers, those obstacles that kind of make it hard for them. And I'm a true believer, being that I've worked on, you know, the shipper side for many, many years as a logistics manager, both on the carrier side as well as for shippers. And I just think there's a lot of lost processes. I believe, and you know, just common sense wise, that all fraud is initiated by a shipper. No matter which way you look at it globally, it starts at a shipper and what they do. And when they go out and they search for new service providers or carriers or freight forwarders or NVOCCs to move their freight, what are they doing? Or now, what aren't they doing to stop fraud from happening? And there's a lot of great tools out there. You know, I don't have anything bad to say because there's a lot of passionate people out there who are very tech savvy. They have fantastic tools, but they're more reactive than proactive. And you know, yes, they're proactive in one way, but they're not in another way because they're not down in the weeds as far as the tool. They can't write work instructions or process improvements, you know, structured processes that shippers can use to stop freight fraud from happening before it happens. And that's taking additional steps that the tools cannot write. They cannot write that stuff because they're not there having the practical experience or understanding, especially on the broker side. Only about 18% of all brokers have even walked into a warehouse or distribution or had that logistics experience background. So they're missing out on a lot of things that they should be aware of. And that comes with education and training.
I want to ask you a question, and this may sound like Dave's dumb question of the year.
Dave, dumb question of the year.
All right. We have theft and we have fraud. Okay, I've got a trailer full of cigarettes, and I tell somebody that I got a trailer full of cigarettes. I go in to take a shower, and my trailer full of cigarettes is gone. That's theft. All right? What is fraud? In other words, we think we know what words mean until somebody asks us. And I don't know what fraud means in terms of getting that trailer full of cigarettes. Is fraud, is the goal of fraud theft? In other words, do I enter into fraud to commit a theft?
Sure. No, that's a great question.
And how far back do we go? You know?
Right.
Yeah.
In all intents and purposes, fraud is a deceptive practice that gets you kind of hooked in there. That starts the whole process of fraud happening. They're going to be deceptive. They're not going to be truthful to you. They're going to hijack your identity. They're going to steal your data. You know, they're going to go through your firewalls. They're going to figure out all those things, even you know, from stealing MC numbers and all different kinds of things. It always starts with a deceptive practice. That's fraud. The theft comes pretty much after that. Or here's another thing too. Theft can also be an inside job. It could be a driver that doesn't feel like he's getting paid enough, and here's a great opportunity, and he talks to somebody and says, "Hey, you know what? I'm going to leave the keys on the the front left tire. Coming at 2 o'clock in the morning. I've got stereo equipment in there, and I got a guy where you can just drop that off, and we'll get rid of it, and we'll split the difference." I mean, there's so many different types of fraud and theft.
I got it, by the way. I got it. This is really fun. Fraud, by the way, is the tools you use it to break into the house. Theft is what you walk out with.
Yeah, exactly.
I wanted to ask you a question, by the way. You talked about old practices, and tell me if I got this wrong, but from what I'm understanding, you're a big believer that going back to some older practices might help indemnify you against fraud. And one of the things you mentioned just kind of in passing was the idea of people just wearing uniforms. But can you talk about the idea where some of the older, more traditional practices might be the beginning of building a foundation to protect yourself against fraud?
Yes, and it's a perfect point. Back in the 80s, before deregulation, drivers really appreciated their job. They respected their job. They respected the company. They respected shippers. They wore uniforms. Their cabs were clean. They had baseball caps on. They had shirts on that had a logo in there. They didn't wear dirty clothes. They were kind, respectful. Nowadays, you don't really see that much. And here's the caveat behind that, right? Now you see these shippers out here, they're not letting the drivers use their facilities because they're messing them up. They're disrespectful. So they're setting themselves up because they don't really get to see the driver or see the truck per se. And back then, in that day, we appreciated all the drivers and the carriers. They came, the reps came in, they bought pizza, not to say that that's the correct way of doing business and all of that, but it was nice and kind of them to do that. They respected you. The drivers came in, they talked to you. We talked about their families, their kids, starting to become friends. There's not too many friends out there in the industry now on the carrier side. When you look at brokers and carriers being friends, and brokers and carriers and shippers being friends, it's not there, Dave. It's not, and it's causing a lot of problems. It's a huge misstep. When I was working on that side and shipping very expensive material and merchandise, Fridays I had coffee for the drivers. Sometimes I brought pizza in, and I told them, hey, come on in 12 noon, in the morning to do your deliveries, pickups in the afternoons. And we sat down and we started talking about families. He says, hey, you want to take a look at my truck? They were just very respectful and loved their job. Now it doesn't seem that way. I'm not trying to be the Debbie Downer, but it's just reality. You can see it out there. You see pictures out there, truck stops, and these guys coming out in their underwear. And I mean, I'm not just saying that, they do, and their clothes are torn and they're unshaven and they don't, I mean, it's just terrible. And that's what we're missing today. That's just coming from old school, because I've seen it. If I was a new person right now coming in the industry, I wouldn't understand that because I wouldn't have known what it was like back then. Not to say that, the unions took care of their drivers. And right now, I'm not anti-union. I'm not pro-union. I'm just playing neutral here from what evolved from that situation. And it just seems like there's so much that's missing, that it could be so much better if they just took a little bit more steps and be kind to each other. I don't think I'm asking too much.
You are not.
Dave and I were just exchanging a note, by the way, during your conversation that says, I mean, the basic takeaway is the less people you know in your industry while you're in the industry, the more susceptible you are to fraud. It's that basic, right? I mean, the less human contact you have, the less people you deal with on a regular basis in real life, the more wide open you make yourself to fraudulent practices against you. Is that fair?
That's fair. And then also, especially when you're looking at dedicated to spot, and I called it, for a very long time, and I still call it that. I call the spot market the petri dish for fraud. When you see loads that are out there multiple times, I'm talking 10, 15 times from all different types of brokers out there, different rates on there. It's like, what's going on? Well, the shipper's going out to multiple brokers trying to get the best rate, and they're putting it on the board, and now they start scrambling. And I always say this about the shipper, but I never did it. But the cheapest is the most expensive way to conduct business in making decisions, critical decisions that will bite you in the later on. See, when I say $700 savings on a load, if you're not careful and you don't play your cards right, that $700 could be $7 million in a suit, in a claim, because you just didn't take the extra steps and you were looking at, savings, over diligence. Do it fast, just get it done, and we'll take our chances. And that's, you're riding a real thin line there, boy. We're walking one, definitely.
I want to ask you something that may be a really off base here, but it got me to thinking, and I was going back a few years when ADAS, the Advanced Driver Assistance Systems, came into place. You could buy this stuff off the shelf and pretty much put an ADAS system together in your truck or car. The ELDs, the electronic logging devices, they're pretty much off the shelf. I was stunned at how many manufacturers there are of these. What I'm getting at is this. Do we leave ourselves, does off the shelf in terms of electronic gear that tracks us and keeps, our numbers for us, is that off the shelf stuff, is that an easy way for folks to kind of get into your gear? In other words, is that dangerous, even though it's pretty much universal now?
Well, look, thieves are going to find, you talk about cybersecurity, that's all part of it, and being able to, infiltrate systems and steal data and information and what's on it, and where it's going. It's out there. It's tough. I mean, they are fighting that every single day. But the thing is that with the GPS, you got to put up geofencing, especially on very expensive, high risk materials. Like when I was shipping like Tough Books for Panasonic, highly expensive truckloads. We never used to send them on the same route. We always changed the routes up. We never said anything up front when we were getting the procuring the load and giving it to one of our carriers to move, because thieves out there, they come, they watch, they study well in advance before any shipment goes, especially big shippers with high value shipments, and they kind of follow, and they want to see what's going on with specific lanes. And we used to change them. I mean, there's so many different things to do. And does that affect, on-time delivery appointments? Sure. When you're switching up lane configurations and how you're going to route them. But, there's just certain steps that you can do. But if a fraudster or a thief want to do something, they're going to do it. And it all comes down to the shipper. Who are they going out to? Are they vetting them? Are they digging deep into the weeds to find out, or are they just saying, hey, XYZ carriers coming in door 6, just load them up and let me know when you're done, with no work instructions for the dock supervisor, or the outbound specialist that's procuring or getting the carriers that come in. What are they doing? What's the process in doing all of that before they let a shipment go?
By the way,
just a ton of stuff that needs to be done.
I was going to say, guys, we're joined this morning by Jeff Dickinson. He is the president and CEO of RGTX Logistics. You can go to rgtxlogistics.com to find out more about him. One of the other things I'm really hearing here, and I think a lot of people even remember this, you've actually pointed this out a couple of times. The thieves and the fraudsters are going to do their thing. They're going to get somebody. The real trick here is to make sure you're the one not getting gotten by making yourself unattractive to them. And that even the simple process of changing a route on a regular basis, anytime that you can remove the predictability from anybody who's targeting you, you become much less attractive for anybody targeting you. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Okay, so I want to talk right now really quickly before we actually have to wrap this up, for you to kind of talk about, for people who are behind the 8 ball and people who are behind the times, what is a really good way of ramping up your security systems and your approach to all of this in a hurry to kind of establish a foundation and then begin to get to more sophisticated sort of approaches?
Yeah, so, the way that I've done things as far as a preventable step, it has to start at the shipper and what they do. Management changes, processes are written. Do those people go in there and administer what's already been created, or do they tear it up because of their experience and rewrite the rules and regulations of how to do business with, the people they do business with? So that's where you start from, at least from my point of view, and what I would do if I was going in corporate right now. I would go in there and I would look at the policies and the work instructions and what they have. What kind of policies and work instructions do you have in place in regard to preventing fraud and theft happening? What's your IT people doing? What are the steps that you have in place that are going to minimize that? Are you talking with the assets? And if the assets have overflow, are they identifying that they're going to give that overflow to ABC Company, or they're not going to say anything, and then ABC Company comes into your dock to pick up for so-and-so, red flag? You didn't know that they were going to come in. Nobody told you up front. Communication, collaboration. The best preventable thing is to have collaboration and relationships. Do you actually know how to build one? Or are you just calling up a carrier just to have a conversation with the dispatch because you're under pressure and you want to get that shipment picked up? There's just so many things that can be put into place to minimize the chances. And those are the biggest ones that come to the top of my head that they just failed to do, because they're under pressure. They have to save money because the CEO, CFO, president tells that logistics manager you need to cut savings and put more money to the bottom line. And it all starts from there. The pressure's on. It's what you do under pressure that's going to stop a lot of this stuff out there. And that's what, the Freight Fraud Summit and my partners, that's what we're going to talk about, and the legalities behind making the wrongful decisions. And people always say, Dave, it'll never happen to me until a catastrophic event happens. And it's funny how the mind changes when those things happen, and then you start putting process. Be more preventative, not reactive to situations that are happening. Try to outthink the thinkers when it comes to fraud and how they would infiltrate your system. And do you have the proper protocols and things in place that can stop them in their tracks before that happens?
By the way, first of its kind, the Freight Fraud Task Force, Inc., you can find them, by the way, on LinkedIn. And, of course, Jeff Dickinson, who is so instrumental in that, the president and CEO of RGTX, joins us this morning. If we actually tried to give you his bio in logistics, it would be the entire segment, even the 27-minute long one. Jeff, thank you for making time again. We wanted to give you a real chance to dig into all that stuff, and I for one, am very glad we did. By the way,
too.
Enjoy the National Truck Driver Appreciation Week. We're thrilled to have you on the first Monday of it.
Yes, and I want to thank all the drivers out there who are moving America. You know, we wouldn't be in the positions that we are in as an industry if it wasn't for you. So drive safe out there, and do things right. We appreciate you.
Thank you, sir. We're going to take a quick break here, come back on the other side of this. It is Nemo Nation. Jeff Dickinson, big thanks to him. Big thanks to Mr. Dave Nemo.
Thank you.
People should go to Truck Down, shouldn't they?
They should go to truckdown.com, and they should stay tuned, too, because I'm going to tell you where our cardboard comes from. You know where our cardboard comes from?
I do, but I want you to tell people.
I'm going to tell them.
You tell them.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers. It's the final hour, the post-trip on Nemo Nation. Let's see what we can see with Madison with a T.
Wow, I love when she rhymes. We're in the final hour, and I'm here with your host, Jimmy Mack, and the infamous Dave Nemo. How you guys doing?
Rhymes are important in these times.
They are.
It gives us all a moment to shine. Listen, guys.
I rhymed that and she didn't even notice.
She got it.
Poet and didn't even know it.
I got a few dimes.
No one here should do any more talking except for Dave. That's just what it kind of comes down to. No, Dave Nemo is here, of course. He's at the center of Nemo Nation on this Monday of National Truck Driver Appreciation Week. We've kept that in mind. This whole lineup, as you probably can guess, has been put together to give a lot of people who just wanted an opportunity to say thank you. We love you. We hope you're being safe out there. Before we bring our next guest in, and Dave will do that, tell me a little bit about cardboard, Dave.
Oh, cardboard. Do you want to know where cardboard comes from?
I think people are dying to know. Inquiring minds want to know. I want to know.
It's almost hard to believe, and I have the list right here. It's almost hard to believe that most of our cardboard comes from China.
Where?
China.
China.
Guess what the second biggest country is? Germany.
Man, those German. Here's the thing. I bet you the German one is better designed.
Could have been
Poland's a cardboard country, huh?
Poland is a cardboard country. Italy. Then us.
Huh?
Then Mexico, France, UK, Canada, and finally Belgium.
Well, Belgians just don't want to do those jobs.
Yeah, I know.
They just don't want to do those jobs. All they want to do is just, eat their little fries. They invented them, by the way.
They did.
That's where they come from, by the way. I don't know if you know this. It is actually National Truck Driver Appreciation Week.
Is it really?
I know you
is
may
this
have.
day 2?
This is day 2, National Truck Driver Appreciation Week. A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, you took the lead with a guy named McElligott in helping put together a thing called the St. Christopher's Trucking Fund, and I think you should do the honor of introducing our next guest, by the way.
Who is Diane Hutzel, who is the Director of Philanthropy.
You've been dying to say it that way. Philanthropy sounds very, very.
I've never heard it said that way before.
Oh
That's
yes,
beautiful.
it's like color. It's like when people in Britain say color. It's a certain color of blue. It's
Very
a certain
proper.
Philanthropy. Philanthropy. Go on, Dave, please.
Well, she is the Director of Philanthropy at the St. Christophe Truckers Fund.
All right, take it easy.
Good
We're
morning,
just not rhyming
Diane.
yet. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, so we're going to talk about Truck Drivers Appreciation Week and what you guys at St. Christopher think about drivers, and we'll get into a few things that you're doing for drivers as well. But let's talk about comic books and movies first, though. You can never tell a guy like me stuff like that, okay? But you have a comic book collection that evidently is quite a collection.
It is. I've been collecting for a really long time. I am a born in the bone Batman nerd. It's a miracle. My husband and I have been together for as long as we have because he is Marvel and I'm DC. But that's okay. We make
and you
it work.
live in the same house. Wow.
We do. We live in the same house. I've been collecting comic books before it was cool to be a comic book nerd, and I have the glasses in the collection to kind of prove that. So.
Wow, that's awesome. Now, I'm going to ask you the typical question. Do you have a comic book that is your treasure? Like, is it worth a lot of money? That sort of thing. Are you into that aspect of it?
Well, it's a perk as I become an adult and get to a certain age. You kind of value the value of those comic books. I have one that I bought way back in the day when I was in graduate school, so I know I didn't spend much money on it because I had no money then. But it has significantly gone up like 400 or 500% of what I bought it, and it's actually the first appearance of Nightwing. For those of you who are not familiar, Nightwing is Dick Grayson, who was the first Boy Wonder Robin. So.
By the way, there is a big debate at the end of The Dark Knight Rises when Joseph Gordon-Levitt's character steps onto the platform and begins to rise. There's a big fight whether or not he is going to become either the new Batman or whether he's going to transform immediately into Nightwing.
I had heard that he was going to be Nightwing, but then these new movies that are popping up, supposedly somewhere down the line, Damian Wayne, who is actually Bruce Wayne's illegitimate son, in like the fifth incantation of Robin, is supposed to show up. I'm telling you, I can geek all over myself.
This, by the way, is the greatest guest. This is the greatest
source.
guest we have ever had on Nemo Nation. Let me really quickly, since you're talking about this, I'm going to geek out in another direction.
Okay.
I actually took a teaching appointment while working on my master's at the University of Alabama. One of the reasons why I was able to live in that sort of comfort was because I had to move on with my life. And this is when you could still sell a lot of stuff on the internet for a lot of money before everybody figured out that everybody had everything. Actually, I sold the original editions of Bernie Wrightson's Swamp Thing, all of his Tomb of Horrors. Gets better.
Wow.
Gene Colan's limited edition of Night Force, and I'm telling you, to the tune of $21,000. I unloaded a ton of stuff.
Flesh here. That's impressive.
I mean, good stuff. And by the way, if you are a fan of The Dark Knight, I would recommend everybody out there to check out Bernie Wrightson's gorgeous illustrations. He actually wrote the script for it as well, too, of the Batman Swamp Thing mashup.
Yes.
You will never see a cooler version of Bruce Wayne. He looks like a brooding romantic hero. I mean,
that's actually on my list because I'm that big of a nerd. I have a list of ones that I look for. That's actually on my list to get those. So, yeah.
Okay. I am going to make a recommendation about this show, the show that you're listening to right now, that you're a part of, by the way, and for the entire week. Once a month, we have a guy by the name of Terry Taylor. It's not the exact same thing, but he owns a toy store in Lawrence, Kansas called 1313 Mockingbird Toys. And you know, of course, what Mockingbird Lane is, of course, from the Munsters. nerd that you are.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, so there's a lot of that kind of talk that goes on around. You're in good company, not just with the two people on this show, but a lot of our listeners out there are part of that particular world.
But wait,
there's more.
There's more, because I also asked Diane to give us the names of 3 good Halloween movies as we start turning toward October.
Go on.
Because she's into
Love
horror movies too. Yeah.
That's a staple in our house.
Okay.
Obviously, you have to go with the greatest horror movie of all time is John Carpenter's Halloween, which started what horror movies were for the next 25 plus years.
Agreed.
But then you have to throw in Friday the 13th, which is my favorite horror movie. My husband's Halloween. I'm Friday the 13th. But then there's the whole debate, is the first movie really a Friday the 13th? Because, spoiler alert, it was Jason's mom killing everybody. Didn't know if you guys knew that.
If you don't know that, too bad, so sad.
Man, I knew I should not have tuned into this show this morning.
And then, you know, you got to, like, any good zombie movie. I'm too Catholic to watch anything where anybody is possessed. There's just too much baggage with that. But give me a good zombie movie. And one of the greatest movies of all time came out several years ago. It's called Overlord. Kurt Russell's son is in it. Looks just like a mini version of his son. But it's based on World War II, which, again, I'm not, on top of being a comic book nerd, I'm also a history nerd. So World War II, Cold War, love everything about that. But it's World War II. They drop in the troops to kind of set up for Operation Overlord so they can, you know, storm the beaches. The Nazis are turning Nazi soldiers into zombies.
Oh, yeah.
As they do.
It's Eli Roth produced, right? Did I get that right? I think it's a Roth production. Yeah.
Yeah,
So.
you can't beat Eli Roth. I mean, and then there's like just.
Or he'll
fun,
beat you with a
Evil Dead,
baseball bat in
will beat
Glorious Bastards, you know, so sorry about
I
that.
actually watched that just the other day. So, you know, but then.
Oh, yeah, that's making another round.
Of Evil Dead. You know, you can't beat Bruce Campbell at the fun of Evil Dead. I mean.
Groovy.
There's just too many. Yeah. Shop smart. Shop that smart. So, yeah, I'm not your typical girl. I'm you know, I was destined to be a boy mom. I also watch baseball, so you know.
By the way, boy mom, I don't know if you know this, but you've actually come to the right place because we're baseball junkies here too. Trucker Bosun on the chat wanted to let us all know that there are rumors, in fact, that Dolph Lundgren might play the aged Bruce Wayne in a Batman Beyond movie right now that are making the rounds.
What?
And I have a friend who was one of the script runners on Penguin. And what she told
I love
me,
that show.
what she told me about Matt Hughes' next plan, she said, you know, we all have to kind of, you know, we can't really go into details. We sign NDAs. She said, but I can give you 2 hints for what the next Pattinson Batman is about. Just like the first one was Chinatown and Seven combined, which she told me was, she said, are you a fan of Sidney Lumet? And I said, bet your ass I am. And she said, I want you to imagine Serpico and Prince of the City became one movie with Batman in the middle of it, and that's where we're headed with the next one. So all kinds of grooves.
Pattinson is my consummate Batman. We debate this long and hard in my house. He is Batman. I was worried about the sparkly vampire becoming Batman, but he gives me the hardest time because I've probably watched it 60, 70 times. Like I'll just turn it on in the background and just watch it. So, and then I read a rumor that they're doing a second season of Penguin, which that's a stellar show. I mean, that was just fantastic. So, huzzah!
Can you imagine the pitch for that? I mean, you walk into that movie room and it's like, so what are we thinking about here? Well, we thought we would do the Batman villain, the Penguin, as the Sopranos. And you're like, oh, well, hey, sign me up for that. I mean, that just sounds... Although I will tell you, I might be with you on the Pattinson thing, but there is no better line for Batman than in any movie from Dark Knight Rises when he says, they know, they just don't care. You know, it's just awesome. My friend...
There's also, where do you get those wonderful toys? I mean, you can pick one from just about any.
I mean, all of them.
Yeah.
I like this job. I love this job. By the way, I want to point out, when Heath Ledger says that, guys, as the Joker, he's driving a semi. I just want to point out, Joker's favorite job in any of those movies is driving a semi. And that's
driving a semi. It's hard work, man.
Dave, will you get us out of the weeds here?
And that brings us right back to the health and well-being of the professional truck driver.
which the Joker is not a good poster child for.
No,
not exactly.
Slaughter is not the best medicine, despite what the truck says. Absolutely.
This is true.
Tell us what. Oh, by the way, Trucker Bosun, I'm telling you, pull people into this thing, and he just said, if you're talking about Bruce Campbell, you can't leave out Bubba Hotep. All right. I know.
No, not even going to touch that one.
I know, we won't even go there. The idea that Elvis and John Kennedy are still out there looking out for us all is pretty groovy. Talk to us a little bit about what you guys got cooking this week and beyond.
Oh, we celebrate truck drivers all year long. We just like to turn it up all the way to 11 during this week. And so, see, movie reference. So we've got this week, people can go online to St. Christopher's website, which is truckersfund.org. And you can thank a truck driver if you have one in your life, if you are an owner-operator, if you have drivers that drive for you. One of my dearest best friends, her dad was a truck driver, and it was kind of funny. I've been in this position for almost 6 months exactly this week. And when I was telling her, because we've been friends since college days, so a long time, about what we do, she was like, oh my gosh, if I had known this in college, because she almost had to drop out of college because her father had a heart attack, and she was like not going to be able to afford college. And then she thought she was going to have to get a job to help support her mom and her sister. Thankfully, that didn't have to happen. But she said, if we'd had St. Christopher's, it would have saved so much stress and so much heartache in our lives. And so she's going to put pictures of her dad and that kind of story on there. So it's one of those things that you don't realize. I think everyone, if they stop and take a beat and they know someone within the trucking industry, whether it's their dad or their husband or somebody. My dad, way, way back in the day when we lived in New York, worked for Mack Trucks. And so everybody's got a connection. But then obviously, if you're used to today, a driver probably brought it to you. 70 some odd % of everything you use every day, whether it's raw goods or it's that item itself, it was brought to you by a truck driver. And everybody remembers during COVID when people weren't getting their toilet paper, everybody was freaking out, and it was truck drivers that kind of saved the day after that supply chain got reestablished. And I think people are kind of forgetting a little bit about what they actually do. And so we're excited to be able to promote that and to celebrate them. I've never worked with a better group of people in all of my nonprofit career than truck drivers. It's been a blast. I love it.
Have you got a pencil handy? Can you write something down real fast?
I can. I'm ready.
Okay. Write this down. mytruckingfuture.com.
Future.com. Okay.
MyTruckingFuture. That's something the Alabama Trucking Association put together. It is stunningly good. And to your point, it really, really is.
It's national campaign worthy. For a state association to create this level of website is stunning. And it's a great reminder, too, that when you actually do care about the people who are in your organization, that you're capable of producing amazing things. Please check it out. It is a great website.
Well, I've been reaching out to all of the state trucking associations, and being director of philanthropy, everybody's used to me asking them for money, but I want to know, what do we need to do for their drivers in their state? They're going to know above and beyond what anybody else is going to know what they're going to need. So I haven't made contact with Alabama yet, but I'll have to definitely put them on my list. I've got several that I'm going to meet up with in San Diego at ATA. So we've got some great things in mind. Courtney, our new executive director, Donna had just raised. She said, I feel like I'm sending it off to college after 18 years. So you've got me and Courtney in here stirring the pot. And we've got some ideas. Some of them might be a little bit crazy, but there's always some good to what we're doing, and just we're throwing things at the wall to see what we can stick, and just trying all sorts of wonderful things. So I will definitely have to take a look at that and see what they've got going on.
The other thing is, too, and you just made allusion to it, and I really want our listeners to pay attention, is that, you do spend a lot of time as the director of philanthropy. I'm going to say it my way. As the director of philanthropy, you do spend a lot of time out there, making sure that the St. Christopher Fund stays funded. But you guys are also encourage drivers to, stay in touch with you guys, to encourage associations to say, this is what we're looking for. Because it's a lot easier to raise money to help truckers out when truckers and the associations and the companies that represent them say, this is what we're finding where you guys can fill in the gaps, right? You guys really want to know what's going on from the people who are actually out there. That's a really important part of what you do, correct?
And you know, those of us that work there for St. Christopher's, we're small staff. We tell people we're small but mighty. You know, this isn't our industry. I've gone from museum director to working with senior care to the trucking industry, and so you know, it's a new bag for me. And so that's why we have the ambassadors group. They're truck drivers. They're the ones that wheels are on the road. They kind of tell us what's happening and what's coming. Our second annual 5K, we hosted that this year. That came out of one of our drivers saying, "Hey, we need to get together and we need to figure out a way to get people up and moving." And so a lot of the ideas that we do that come straight from our drivers. So it's really exciting to hear from them. And, you know, if drivers out there have some ideas, they can find us again on our website. Shoot us an email. We truly, genuinely love to hear from our drivers. That's my favorite people to talk to. You know, I don't know if you know this about me. I'm a bit of a talker, but my favorite people to talk to are when I talk to people that have donated are those individuals that I have one said, you know, I'm a driver. I don't need you now, but I might one day. Or, you know, you help my son-in-law, or my dad was a driver. And so that's the favorite part of my job, is actually getting to meet all the drivers. I actually had been on the job for 8 days before I was in Louisville with Donna at Matt's, and so I got pushed in on the deep end.
Baptism by fire on that one,
industry. Oh yeah, she was like, "We'll just go," and I said, "No, I'm fine with this. I work pretty good. Just shove me in on the deep end and stuff, because you know I'm not terribly shy about things or anything." And so yeah, it's a blast to get to meet everybody. So when I say truly shoot us your ideas or ask us questions, I genuinely mean that. You can find me on there. I'm Diane at truckersun.org. Shoot me an email. Let me know.
One of the things you all have, and I want you to kind of plug it a little bit, and this is a personal thing. One of my good friends, he's a great musician here in town, got shingles, and he got the breakout on his face. And shingles are exceedingly painful. And there's a vaccination program for shingles, for COVID, for the flu.
Oh yeah.
So plug the inoculations here, because man, I mean, it's so easy to get these shots, and it's
shingle
free.
shots.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, and that's, you know, we joke about Lindsay, who is our health and wellness coordinator.
Oh,
She's
yeah,
like, I want to put you out of a job. She's phenomenal, because she says we want to keep everyone healthy and on the road. I would love it if that was where I spent all my time, was trying to find funding so that we could support diabetes prevention programming and the health screenings, and you know, you said the vaccines, where you can go to, I believe there's Walgreens and Walmart. You can go and just get a voucher, and you can go get your vaccine and keep yourself healthy and stay on the road. Because I can't imagine being in a truck all that time. I mean, people don't stop to really think about how much time they're in that space. You know, there's not a lot of opportunity to just go out for a jog or have a salad or anything like that. So that's our goal with the health programs, is to try to keep drivers healthy. I was shocked to discover all of the health concerns that drivers specifically have because of their lifestyle, because of the sacrifices that they make for everybody else in the world. And so that's what we definitely want to keep them healthy. We're looking at expanding the diabetes wellness program. Like I said, we've got some things on the hopper that we're just working on funding for. And, you know, we have to grow that program, and it's a great problem to have, but we're at that point. We need two Lindsays. So it's like I said, it's a great problem to have, but it's something definitely that I work hard on, is trying to find those funds out there to help support that program, because it's easier to stay healthy than it is to get somebody back on that road. So yeah, we work really hard to keep everybody on their feet and going well.
It's a real success story, by the way. I want to point out to our listeners out there, to go from basically dealing with catastrophic illnesses, with with really, terrible accidents that put people out of commission, people not taking care of themselves. The fact that the organization has really been able to pivot into preventative care as well, to really become an advocate for making sure that the people in those cabs take care of themselves, in many ways kind of lines up beautifully with one of the members' founders, Dave Nemo, who made a choice after he had a heart attack, It's almost a decade now, right, Dave? I mean, we're at a decade now.
2014. No, it's over a decade.
It's 11 years
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
Yeah. So Dave's been doing this for 11 years. A bit complete change in his lifestyle and his approach to health. And in many ways, you guys, part of the success you guys can kind of celebrate is you've made a real commitment to not just making sure that they're taken care of when things go wrong, but to kind of put them in a position where things don't go wrong. I mean, that's fair, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we kind of tout it as we're there for in sickness and health. We're kind of like a marriage, for good or bad. We're there. So yeah, we because we have such great community support, not just on the individual level, but with Dave being there and you guys being there for us and helping to promote what we do, and our corporate sponsors, because of that, we've given out over $5.2 million to drivers since we began. It's over 4,100 different drivers, and we obviously hope to grow that. Over the last year, we've been able to increase the amount of funding that we're able to give per driver, and we're hope that we can keep growing it every year as we go along. Like it's a terrible problem to have, but we're that safety net for when it happens. Speaking of someone who broke her foot last week and is working from her sofa, I have a job where I can work from my couch. But I can't drive myself anywhere. And so if that were my livelihood, I'm getting a firsthand experience of being tethered to my sofa, but I'm still able to go to work. So to be that truck driver, to be the one that might necessarily be the breadwinner, because you have a lot of the spouse that's staying home because their husband, more often it's the husband or not than the wife, they're on the road 4 or 5, 6 days a week. So it's a challenge. I just, I'm truly blessed to get to work for this amazing group of people, and that there's so many people in the industry that truly cares about supporting truck drivers.
Diane, I wish you could have been here when you actually unveiled that number that you guys have raised, and Dave, the look on Dave's face of pride. Of course, I pointed at him and I said, "You did that," and he, of course, immediately was like, "No, not me." But it's staggering to think about how this began with just a group of guys kind of going, You know what, truckers need to take better care of themselves, and suddenly we're at truckersfund.org. Couple of other questions. You said you're a baseball fan, right?
Yeah.
Who do you root for?
Chicago Cubs.
God bless you. By the way,
I'm a Cubbies, but we have a solid anybody but the Yankees rule in my house.
By the way, so I can say now with comfort that I don't need to root against you. As a Cubs fan, you're in the National League, which means my Mariners, who, by the way, have won 9 straight to take a beautiful, pristine 1-game lead for the first time in 3 months in the American League West. I am over the moon delighted about that. How many boys? How many young men you got running around your life? What's going on? I mean, how did you become a boy mom? I mean, how did that happen?
So, well, I'll tell you, I am the lone girl in the house. Even the giant 8-month-old Rhodesian Ridgeback is a boy. But yeah, I am mom to a 17-year-old. Probably the best thing I've ever done in my life, and it's a good thing that I was destined to be a boy mom, because I've been a Boy Scout troop leader for over a decade. We're getting ready to eagle up, woohoo! And I literally married my childhood sweetheart. We met in kindergarten. So.
Oh my God, you're a Rockwell painting. I mean,
pretty much.
I mean, oh my God. By the way, I'm very proud of this. My brother John is a member of the Order of the Arrow.
See, there's a handful of people that might know what it is, because here's another lovely nugget of knowledge. Only 4% of boys, of course, now they let girls in. We have some girls in our troop, actually become an Eagle Scout. I mean, it's pretty impressive. And I tell Jack that when he gets that badge, half of that is mine, because, like I said, I've been a troop leader for over a decade now.
By the way, I will ask her not on the air and embarrass her. Our current producer on the board is a film director. I would challenge her to name how many Eagle Scouts can you name that became great American filmmakers. Both of them are really obvious. Once you figure out what an Eagle Scout is, the two of them are very obvious. We'll just leave it at that, by the way. What do you got planned for the rest of the week? What's it looking like for you?
Oh, just promoting what drivers do. We've got some great things that are going to be up on our social media, just with different partners that have helped support us. TQL, Transfix Logistics have this is their first year. They have pulled together a fantasy football league for us. Their goal is to raise about $10,000 for us. We're almost halfway there. It's going to run all the way through the Super Bowl. You don't have to pay to play. You can just get in and see. I, quite frankly, am going to pick my team based on what their color of the uniform is and what the mascot is.
Of course.
That's a
How
solid
else?
way to do it. I told her, I said, we need to do one for baseball next year, and then I'll totally clean the board on that one. But
I'm in.
So
I'll be
yeah,
part of that.
totally in.
If the money's going to the St. Christopher Fund, I'm completely in. You can count me in.
And it's one of those things where people know what we do and they know our reputation, and so they called up and said, "Hey, we want to partner with you guys," and we went, "Okay." So yeah, we're seeing a lot more of that, and so we've got posted on our social media, our Instagram and our Facebook and all of that good stuff. We've got an article that's going to be going up on our LinkedIn page that Courtney, who is our executive director, wrote. Is going to be up there. We've got where we hope everybody will post ideas, pictures of who they want to thank in the trucking industry. I've already got plans for next year. I haven't been sitting on my laurels on this one at all. And so just, like I said, just all this week, we are celebrating and thanking drivers across the country. We do it all year long, but this is that year where we really just put a spotlight on what they do.
And you just did in great form and fashion, Diane, and can't thank you enough for the work you're doing with St. Christopher, and can't thank you enough for kicking off our week with us. Okay, so my wife and I always turn to the 1940s Universal movies for Halloween. This year we're going to add Halloween, Friday the 13th, and Overlord in your honor. And how many comic books do you have?
Not as many as my husband. I think I have probably about a half a dozen comic book boxes. So they're,
I thought you were going to say half a dozen comic books. I'm like, what are you talking about? Boxes. Now we're talking.
we go.
Diane, we got to get out of here.
Boxes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, guys, this is Nemo Nation. Your final half hour is making its way over here. Hope you guys will join us for what's coming up next. And by the way, that music you hear, it is actually from Road Gang Radio, and I did that on purpose because tomorrow Road Gang Radio resumes. The Living the Life is coming at you Tuesday through Friday. We'll be back with Roland Molduck. Race truck drivers and don't let Deputy Bob tell you otherwise.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
Rollin', 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 I've been dying to do that. Rollin', 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 Bulldog. Hey, Dave. Welcome back.
I was wondering where you were going.
Where was I
that.
going with that,
Yeah.
man? One of the best people in the world is joining us, and I couldn't think of a better person to close out our Man, Roland Bolduc is just, I mean, the truth, man. It is so good to have a driver for Federal Express Corporation, America's road team captain. I can go on. He's also a really good friend of this show. And he's also, I would argue, one of the greatest drivers in the known universe, and that includes the space truckers from Zebulon 5. This guy's the truth. It's an honor to have him back on. It's an honor to have you here, Roland. Thank you so much for making time for us this morning. Thank you, my friend, and happy Truck Driver Appreciation Week.
Wow, that intro, I feel like you were talking about someone else. I love talking with you guys. You guys who do such a great job for all the drivers out there that are on the road and listening.
Well, where are you on the road and listening this morning?
I'm actually in Millfield, Connecticut, not far from one of my deliveries that I have to make.
Ah, okay. Fantastic.
So let's talk about NTDAW, man. Let's just talk about what it means for you as a driver. How it is, because you're one of those guys who also doesn't just celebrate the self. You actually love to celebrate your fellow driver. You're a big fan of other people's driving, other people's techniques. You're a big, I guess, if it was a sport, you'd be a student of the sport. You're a student of the profession. Talk about what other drivers mean to you and how much your fellow brothers and sisters of the road mean to you.
Well, I'm a little sad today because yesterday the Wishes on Wheels convoy had their 26th convoy. And it's always around that time where it kicks off the National Truck Driver Appreciation Week. And we haven't heard the numbers yet, but I think it was around 650 trucks that participated in the Wishes on Wheels convoy to benefit Make-A-Wish. And I'm sad because I actually had to work at Stafford Motor Speedway. I do the announcing there for Wild Thing Cards, and they got rained out last week, so they had to hold it yesterday. So I wasn't able to participate and see all my brothers and sisters, all my favorite drivers that show up and participate in that wonderful, wonderful event that benefits so many children. I mean, the drivers have big hearts and big wallets.
Yeah, and it's one of those crazy things too. I know we make obligations to certain things that we have to be there for, and you've made a commitment to those folks. And when they pushed it a week back, there's just no way to kind of get out of that. And not that you don't enjoy the living heck out of that either. It's a wonderful honor, and it's a really great time. Isn't it fun doing that though? By the way, being an announcer, it really is a blast, isn't it?
Oh, I have such a good time interviewing everybody in the victory lane, calling the race. I mean, it really is a good time. But wow, do I feel so bad that I missed the convoy. I try my best not to miss it. A friend of mine, Keith Herzig, and I actually started that back in 2000. And we ran it until 2013. And now another group is actually running it. And they're doing a wonderful job. Like I said, I'll hear the numbers in about a week. They've probably raised over $100,000 yesterday.
Don't know how many trucks, don't know how much money, obviously, Roland, but they said about 500 trucks were expected yesterday.
650 is the final number.
Is that the final?
That's the final number.
He just said that, didn't
he? Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I was writing something down, and I was writing something else he said down, and I didn't get that
650, which means
so they were only
exceeded.
looking for about 500, and they got 150 more than they thought.
Which shows you that even in tough economic times, right, Roland, that these people show up and they represent. And when the people can't do it, it kind of stays with them. It must be amazing. Talk to me a little bit about, and I know Dave's got a question after that. Talk about, because you originally put it together, talk about how you go from idea to reality, because you're a guy who's done that on a couple of occasions, whether it's figuring out a place to practice for the truck driving championships or putting together events like this. Talk about what it is you have to do to make something become a reality. When a truck driver has an idea, how do they make it real?
Well, my wife is a little afraid of that. It's the reason why I don't start golfing. Once I start doing something, it's 110%. There's no stopping.
Yeah.
So that's the problem. But no, it's also a passion for the trucking industry and what I do with trucks. I was born and raised with trucks. I love the history of trucks. I love being around truck drivers. All my brothers and sisters. I always call the National Truck Driving Championships a family reunion. And then when it's on National Truck Driver Appreciation Week, man, I appreciate every one of them out there. I mean, look at it this way. Personally, I am a consumer. I like to buy things. And how else is it going to get on the shelf? So all of our people that are behind the windshield of every truck, you have human beings that are out there working hard and delivering what we need and what we want to consume. And that's me buying, just like everybody else. So I really appreciate everybody who works not only behind the windshield, but in the trucking industry as well.
You know, it's interesting, and I've made this point before about the person behind the wheel of the truck. If somebody is in a car, if say I'm a guy in a car and I'm on the highway and a guy in another car does something stupid, or a guy in a pickup truck does something stupid, I say, look at that guy, look at that idiot, look at that blankety blankety blank. I don't say, look at that SUV, look at that pickup. But when a big truck does something, it's not, look at that dumb truck driver. No, it's, look at that truck. That truck did that. I got hit by a truck. We basically, the four-wheeler basically takes the human out of the equation when it comes to 18 wheels, and it's really strange how that mindset works, you know?
They don't see individuals behind the
Yeah.
they don't notice the thousands, millions of countless individuals out there rolling. They only notice the truck, and then they make all trucks that one thing. And I'm just kind of curious, as a guy who really has an amazing personality and a great ambassador for trucking, goes back to what Dave is saying. How do we make sure that people out there understand that each individual truck is an individual human being who loves their family and is, as you say, another fellow consumer? You know, I mean, how do we do it? How do we convince the people around to kind of begin to see those trucks as human beings?
And that's where it starts with National Truck Driver Appreciation Week, is getting that word out. The driver appreciation week. And like we said, there's always a human being behind every windshield. You know, when you started talking about a car on the highway, right away my mind went to Tiffany Hargrave with the video Driven, and how she runs up in Alaska. And after a certain point on her drive, she's the only individual on the road. So if she actually sees someone broken down, it's her obligation to pull over and help that person, because there's no one else around. And then so many times it's the truck driver that pulls over and helps the motoring public when they are broken down. I've helped people with flat tires and dead batteries, things like that, and making phone calls for them, whatever it takes. We're out there to help the motoring public as well as deliver their goods. So the truck driver behind the windshield is doing more than actually delivering your goods. We're also watching out for everybody.
It's really great that you bring up Driven, by the way, which you're featured in as well. That Alaska one, which was the first one that I saw when I got a chance to dive in and talk to some of the folks who were responsible for putting it together. That video series is, Dave and I were talking about the Alabama Trucking Association's website today and how first-rate it is. That video series, and I know you've both been a part of it and seen it, really is first-rate. And it really does tie into the idea, and what you just said deepens the thought of nothing without trucking. Right? I mean, because really at the end of the day, there are a lot of people who might not have made it home had it not been for a truck driver. There are a lot of people who might not be alive today had a truck not delivered those very essential medical supplies. I mean, it really comes down to, it is not just a promotion of consumer services, it's a promotion of life to a large degree if it's done properly, correct?
Oh, most certainly. And like I said in the video, I don't know what I'm delivering, but I know it has to get there. I know it has to be on time. That's what they're paying for. I have to get it there on time. You get your rest the night before, you come in at the right time, you leave the building by the right time. You should be able to make your deliveries by the right time. and I have no clue what I'm delivering. But I know it. They need it. If I'm delivering to a hospital, I'm delivering heavier stuff. So a lot of times I know I'm delivering a power supply to an MRI unit. So, it's something the MRI is down. People need to get their imaging done, and their power supply needs to be delivered so the tech can install it. There's so many things that go into it. Without the truck driver, they're not getting their parts. As far as the Driven docuseries, those three drivers, myself, Germany, and Tiffany, I'm sorry, Tiffany, you got the vote. You are the real driver out of all three of us. That girl's hauling 113,000 pounds on those roads. And when they first debuted the trailer, I was sitting next to Germany. And I said, how would you like to go up to Alaska and try out those smooth roads? She said it gets smoother when there's snow and ice on it. I'd like to go up there and try out those smooth roads. He goes, oh, hell no. Because he's from South Dallas. He doesn't want to see that.
Oh, my
stuff.
God. Roland, watching her video, I literally was, and I don't clench for a lot of things. The only thing the only person I can think of that actually was in a situation stranger and tougher than that is we have a guy on our show named Peter Stark who did an Iditarod run with dogs from one side of Canada into Newfoundland. But other than that, I kept watching that going, oh, my God. I mean, the clench factor on that ride, and to do it the way she does it is just something extraordinary. Of course, though, my friend, you find yourself in the Northeast a lot of the time, and I know a lot of the drivers up there aren't exactly what I would call the Boy Scouts when it comes to courteous, kind, and forgiving. You know what I'm saying? I mean, so you know a little bit about stressful runs, don't you?
Well, in New England, it's a little bit more congested than Alaska. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
When it snows, when it gets icy, I mean, when she's up there in Alaska, she's got to really watch for the road. I saw the way they kind of mark out the road, and how she has to beep the horn to go around a turn to make sure they know she's coming. It's amazing how you're out in the middle of nowhere moving. In the Northeast, there is no nowhere. Everybody is everywhere, and that's what you got to watch out for with snow and ice. And it's no skate in the park. It's a little difficult at times, and that is the clinch factor. Watching the weather and knowing you're heading out on the road in the middle of a snowstorm.
By the way, speaking of skate, I have to tell you this. I was actually going to talk about it earlier on in the show. Just a random piece of information I shared with Dave. There's a woman who actually over in Idaho last week broke the Guinness Book of World Record for jump roping with ice skates on. She actually sustained a full minute of jumping rope with ice skates on. I mean, just got well over 100 skips in. It's the craziest thing. Hey, by the way, given you up there, have you ever been ice skating? I'm just curious, other than on the road.
I'm still floored over that. I have questions. Why would you even attempt it? If she lands on the rope, does it cut the rope? I have questions.
Oh, believe me. I mean, we do this all the time. So the champion ice skater, she's originally from Hungary. She took her jump rope out on the ice and broke a Guinness Book of World Record on the spot, meaning she didn't even mean to do it. She said, film this. Let's give. She had been hearing about it. So her name is Estra Zambathali. She earned titles as the junior and senior national champion in Hungary as an ice skater, went on the ice in Sun Valley, Idaho, and performed 136 rope skips in a single minute. She defeated the record by 45, and what she said was, I want to inspire other ice skaters and performers to dream big and show them that everything is possible if we're brave enough to do it. I would like to expand the world of figure skating shows with new spectacular acrobatic entertainment. And the craziest thing about it was she did it on the spot. She simply had somebody go grab a camera and said, why not? And gave it a shot. And they filmed her and then sent it to Guinness. There was no announcement that she'd be doing it. She had done a figure skating kind of thing out there and thought she would give it a shot. And I'm telling you, man, there are people out there who are just doing the strangest. I have questions too, though. By the way, Dave's first question was yours. How did she not cut the rope? I mean, that was kind of crazy, huh? I mean, just nuts.
Well,
Great minds think alike.
You know, it's weird. I heard him. He was telling me this story earlier, Roland, and I didn't hear ice skates, but I saw roller skates, and I was picturing when you jump up and the rope comes down around you. I was picturing the rope running against the wheels and causing them to roll, and then when you hit the ground, you roll forward out of control.
Roland, I think we can all agree on one thing. The only thing more difficult than that is driving an Alaskan highway, wouldn't you think?
Oh, my God, yeah. And I still want to see Alaska. I'm dying to see it. And every time I bring it up to my wife, I said, you know what? We got to go to Alaska. And her next question is, do they have palm trees yet? All right, honey.
All
No
right.
palm trees. Not yet.
All right. You know what you could do, though? You could get used to the concept of the idea and take one of those great from Seattle all the way to Anchorage cruise tours. My mom and dad did one of those, and they say it's one of the most beautiful things you can ever experience. You bring some coats, you get some hot cocoa, and you get to look at the fjords from the deck of the ship. Roland, we want to know what you're doing this week. We're going to let you get out of here, but what are you doing this week to help celebrate National Truck Driver Appreciation Week?
Well, I was going to stop by the Travel Plaza in Brantford, Connecticut, and I always stop in and help out any way I can to appreciate the drivers. They usually serve burgers and dogs and hand out water, things like that for all the drivers at the TA Petro in Brantford. I kind of have a connection there. And there's another one in Southington, Connecticut, Willington, Connecticut, and I help them out best I can to appreciate the drivers. And when they show up, I also work with the Motor Transport Association of Connecticut and see how they're helping out. And we've helped out at the Union, Connecticut Scale House when they were hosting up there. So, yeah, I try to stay busy. Believe me, I'm always busy. And Sunday, we have the Motor Transport Association's annual banquet to go to, where they appreciate the champions from the truck driving championships. And I have jackets and patches that I have to pick up on Thursday for that. There's always something, always something.
And it's always a pleasure to talk with you, by the way. Couldn't think of a better final guest for this edition. By the way, our 11th guest this morning, our final guest is Roland Bolduc. Always thrilled to have you, my friend. Please be safe out there, although I'm just saying, when I say be safe, I mean look out for all the other people that aren't being safe, because you are always on top of things. Promise Dave and I you'll come back to talk about some of your techniques and practice techniques to get ready for the championships, but also your day-to-day life on the road, okay?
Defensive driving, the only way to do it.
Thank you, sir. Roland Bolduc, everybody.
I appreciate you guys.
Hey, thank you, Roland. Always a pleasure.
Best guy in the world. In the known universe, one of the greatest truck drivers in the known universe. Dre, break us away. And we're back here on Nemo Nation, the final frame, by the way. If anybody wants to get over the fence, it's 615-292-6366.
Nemo.
If somebody wants to make that miracle happen, we would love to hear from you. Don't forget, guys, tomorrow Nemo Nation shifts into Road Gang Radio as myself and Lindsay LaRue. Lindsay Lawler, the double L, arrives on the scene to help you make a living, to help you make a life. Of course, every Tuesday means Kevin Lindsay with Maintenance Matters. It means our friends from Reeves across America are going to hand us another trucking tribute. Our good friend Dr. Ben Kligler, who I adore, by the way, who is another righteous human being.
He really is.
Cares about people, cares about veterans, cares about human beings intensely. One of the best bedside manners of anybody I've gotten a chance to encounter. They'll all be joining us. We'll be talking to Judy Pearson of Radical Sisters. She's the author of Radical Sisters, Shirley Temple Black, Rose Kushner, Evelyn Lauder, and the Dawn of the Breast Cancer Movement, with a foreword by Nancy G. Brinker. She'll be joining us, by the way. The book actually releases tomorrow. So congratulations to Judy, who will be joining us and get a chance to talk about the history of the breast cancer awareness, but also history of the movement itself. These women saved a lot of lives. The game has changed. The number of women who, it was I hate to say a silent killer, but by the time people realized what was going on with it, Dave, it was too late. They've gotten really ahead of the curve, and they have saved a lot of lives. Can't wait to talk to Judy. And then Sarah McCoy is going to be joining us. She is also a fan of Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write. Sarah is a New York Times, USA Today, and international best-selling author, and she will be joining us to talk about her new book, Whatever Happened to Lori Lovely, a spellbinding novel based on a true story. A beautiful young movie star of Hollywood's golden age gave up her bright career to become a nun. That's the tale, by the way. Can't wait to talk to her. And then, of course, another edition of Country and Western Music with Lindsay. And then after that, the best recorded transportation show in the known universe. Trucking with OIDA will close us out on another day of RadioNemo.com. For those who have the audacity to listen on Odyssey or yakking it up on the YouTube and all points in between, you can also find us on Facebook and a lot of other platforms and your favorite podcasting platforms as well. Lots of stuff to kind of unpack today, Dave. Lots of stuff to talk about. I don't even know where to begin in regards to kind of recapping this show, except to say that it is National Truck Driver Appreciation Week, and that is always a wonderful way to start the week with some really quality guests. I did want to talk a little bit about what Courtney George is up to, and we're going to get this all set up. If you find yourself at a loss for wanting to help with Reads Across America and don't know how to get the process started, first of all, big shout out to Marshall, who did just that. Marshall did just that. He is going to be involved with us. I don't feel uncomfortable saying that. Involved with us in making the mission move forward. But we're gonna set Courtney up in such a way that people can call here, and we're gonna get Dre the information so that if you feel like I just don't know what to do, you can actually give Dre a call during the show, and he'll give you the contact information. We'll start that starting tomorrow as well. And I also, Dave, just wanted to kind of ask you a question. About Michael Freeze. I don't know how he keeps up with all of that. That's the one thing I didn't get a chance to get into with Michael because you guys got so into the wonderful weeds about, as an editor, when you go to an event like that, how do you focus both on the big picture while at the same time focus on the stories that you want to write?
Oh,
You see the difference there? I mean, you walk around going like, oh, I really want to write that story, but I've got to keep in mind that I've got to assign other stories. That I got to figure out what all the stories are here, because you're not just planning. And prioritize. What are the priorities? What was the term that you and Braswell had?
I told, when I first came to one of the events, I told Robert, I said, my takeaway from this is quiet intensity.
Yeah. I mean, and in a lot of ways, talking to Roland made me think about that too as well. I kept thinking about, Roland Bolduc and watching those guys get ready for the National Truck Driving Championships, or watching the rodeo over at Republic Services. When you watch these men and women at work and you watch them have the same sort of visual, what I call, I guess, optic or ocular, but I don't know which word really applies here, but the idea, you ever watch a golfer stare at like the lie of a green to figure out what the rhythm of the green is in the distance towards the hole, how they've got to hit the ball in just such a way that it actually takes the grooves and the hills and the speed and consider it all. And you watch them just intensely looking at that for a few moments, and the whole world shuts out. And we've all seen those guys, right? They look at the engine. It's like, where do I start here? What am I looking for?
Race car drivers, they walk that track.
Yeah.
They know exactly.
You know what Drew Brees used to do, huh? He literally stand in front of the mirror and run the first 25 plays. He would, and making sure that he actually was moving his head with the proper progressions. It's like I'm always amazed when I see people who tell me, I take my profession very seriously, and yet I don't see them run their shows. It was a great thing I posted. I didn't write it. I wish I had, talking about the difference between filler and content. And also, but not just filler and content, but also form. The number of people who don't practice form in radio always kind of stuns me, who don't take the time to simply visualize the show and go through it, to write that list of names out, to look at it, to have it, and then to play it through. And the men and women you're talking about, that quiet intensity, really plays out. It really is kind of amazing to watch people working at the top of their game. You know, somebody else I'd like to bring back in more length. I know there are people you would as well too. Kendra Hems, by the way.
Oh, yeah, I love
Oh,
Kendra.
my God, because, I haven't explained that the complexity of two departments of transportation.
Yeah, because you have a state which has a countryside, an urban side, a suburban side, you know, and then you have New York City.
8 million people proper.
With its own DOT.
Right.
Yeah.
Proper. I mean, make that really clear. When you hear about cities having populations, New York only has 8 million. New York has 8 million people who can actually call themselves residents of the city of New York. I'm not counting Westchester County.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not counting, once you get past Staten Island, there's a whole lot of, I'm not talking about right across in New Jersey either. The greater New York area, we're talking 20 million. It's kind of like the same thing with London, where it's like, there's only 9 million people here, only. Mm-hmm. But it's like, you left out a lot of neighborhoods and a lot of places.
Yeah.
But a city that has 8 million proper does need its own DOT. But what else does it need? It needs to work with the state DOT to make sure that it doesn't have that it actually is doing the same thing and not having different requirements, which create different sort of issues as well. You're going to get your hot water heater replaced today?
Yes, hopefully today.
You're going to record a Nemo Night Beat today?
Yes.
Okay, really quickly before we hit this break and close the show off for today, go to weekends@radionemo.com. If you have a request to make of Dave, if you'd like to hear a song played, we will play the Alabama song sooner rather than later, probably on Night Beat soon. But if there's a song you want to hear, don't forget, man, Dave will play it for you and give you the shout out. What you got on the docket for today on Nemo's Night Beat?
Well, tonight is going to be a little bit different in terms of content. The music's going to be all over the place, but then when it's all over, it becomes a road trip mix, I hope.
I don't hope. I know for a fact that sounds pretty awesome. And by the way, I'm not speaking out of turn. If you have a theme idea, a theme for a show that you would like to hear from Dave, write us at weekends@radionemo.com. Just make sure you're in the subject heading. All you have to write is Nemo's Night Beat. Final thing, not everybody wrote me with their blood and treasure code.
Oh.
I need, if you were one of the winners, and I know who they are, by the way, guys, please just write me. I've got Beach Bums information, but some of the other guys got to get in there and give me a letter so I can get you the information you need. That's important. That's kind of the dealio. Is that all we got for today, Dre? That's it, huh? I mean, we've done a show here.
It's over?
By the way, Nemo Nation is produced by Dave Nemo and Jimmy Mack. Its senior technical producer, of course, is Andre Thibodeau, with a big old associate producer assist from our friend Madison with a T. We will, of course, join you tomorrow, as we always do, on Road Gang Radio with our good friend Lindsay Lawler. We make a living, we make a life, and we count on you guys, by the way. Big thanks to Trucker Bosun, Marshall, our good friend Chef Marty, BB the King, Beach Bum, all the people that participated. Be safe today, particularly this week, man. Look out for all the deals coming your way. We will come at you tomorrow. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dre.
Thank you, Madison.